네, 잠시 후 제6회 환황
We are just about to commence the 6th Pan-Yellow Sea Forum. We would like to ask you to please take your seats. Also, we would like to remind you that simultaneous interpretation is being provided. Please refer to the screen for your language of your choice.
네, 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
Once again, we would like to remind you that simultaneous interpretation is being provided throughout the forum. Please refer to the channels on the screen. Thank you.
네, 안녕하십니까? 네, 먼저 인사를 드리고
Once again, we would like to say hello again. My name is Pak Sarang. I will be leading you throughout the forum. Thank you. This forum is being hosted by the Chungcheongnam-do Province, organized by the Korea Peace Forum and sponsored by the Ministry of Unification and Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It is being hosted here in Yesan with its 1100 years of history. We have with us the drawing non-verbal performance of original drawing show. Please welcome the performance with a big round of applause.
네, 오리지널 드로잉 쇼
Thank you very much for the marbling art performance by the original drawing show team. Another big round of applause, please. Thank you very much.
네, 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁.
Another big round of applause, please. Thank you.
네, 뜨거운 박수 부탁드립니다.
Another big round of applause, please. Yes, that was the highlight of this drawing show. That was the marbling art performance by the original drawing show team. Thank you very much. We almost missed the highlight of the performance. This brings us to the end of the performance. Let us now take a look at the screen for the opening video of the 6th Pan-Yellow Sea Forum.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you. As we have mentioned before, we have simultaneous interpretation for the forum. Please refer to the screen for the channel of your choice. Let us now commence the 6th Pan-Yellow Sea Forum with a big round of applause. Thank you very much. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce some of the distinguished guests from home and abroad. Please welcome each and every one of them with a big round of applause. First, we have with us His Excellency Governor Yang Seung-jo of the Chungcheom-Nando Province. We have with us Speaker Kim Myung-sun of the Chungcheom-Nando Provincial Council. A big round of applause, please. Mayor Hwang Sun-bong of Yesan. Mayor Kim Seok-hwan of Hongseong. A big round of applause, please. His Excellency Shin Hai-min, Chinese Ambassador to Korea. A big warm round of applause, please. His Excellency Domita Koji, the Japanese Ambassador to Korea. His Excellency Dinara Kemerova, Kyrgyzstani Ambassador to Korea. A big round of applause, please. We have with us Councillor Nina Morar Bol of the Danish Embassy in Korea. A big round of applause, please. Councillor Akrabajan Turayev of the Uzbekistani Embassy in Korea. A big round of applause, please. We have with us Mr. Lee Jong-seok, former Minister of Unification. Mr. An Jang-han, Chairman of the Planning and Financial Committee of the Chungcheom-Namdo Provincial Council. Mr. Kim Gi-young, Member of the Chungcheong-Namdo Provincial Council. A big round of applause, please. We will continue with Mr. Ha Jae-young, President of the Price Management Committee. Mr. Kim Jae-il, President of the Dankook University Hospital. A big round of applause, please. We do have many more distinguished guests from home and abroad. We ask you for your understanding that we were not able to introduce each and every one of you due to the time constraint. We would now like to go to the host of this forum. We would like to ask you to welcome Governor Yang Seung-jo with a big round of applause. Honorable guests from home and abroad, pleased to meet you. I am Yang Seung-jo, Governor of Chungcheongnam-do. This year, we celebrate the 6th Pan-Yellow Sea Forum, and it is being held in Yesan. I would like to extend my appreciation to His Excellency Sheng Hai-min, His Excellency Dakochi Kochi, Mr. Durnara Kamarova, and also Mr. Nina Morabuol and Mr. Akupashan Turayev, Mr. Moon Jung-in, the Special Advisor to the President for the ROK Unification and National Security, former Minister Kim Lee-jong-seok, Mr. An Jung-han, and President Kim Gi-young. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you also to Speaker Kim Young-sun of the Chungcheongnam-do Provincial Council, Mr. Kim Gi-young of the Council, and Mayor Hwang Sun-bong of Yesan, Mayor Kim Seok-hwan of Hongsong. Thank you very much for your participation. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the Advisory Committee of the Korea Peace Forum, and thank you also to those joining us online from across the globe. Distinguished guests from home and abroad, the whole world is suffering from this pandemic of COVID-19. This virus is changing the lives of people around the world, and we need to look for a new order across our lives. In this process, we have learned that all of our lives are connected, not only because of the pandemic, but because of other issues such as climate, education, sports, culture, politics, economy, and society. No field is exempt from this connection. We live in a global community, and we all live in the same contemporary time. We are neighbors, and therefore, if we do not think about our neighbors, then we cannot overcome our pandemic, nor can we achieve world peace. We need the solidarity across the globe. We are faced with the universal value of peace, and we need to achieve this on a universal manner. We have conducted various activities to overcome crises and create the international order that we have through various challenges that we face together. And now we need to work together for a bigger peace and prosperity. And we believe that it can start in the Pan-Yellow Sea. The Pan-Yellow Sea is the area that has the most dynamic development around the world. We have 20% of the population and 20% of trade in the Pan-Yellow Sea. As of 2018, the total GDP is 20.3 trillion, and this is larger than the EU, and it is on par with the US, which stands at 20.5 trillion. The Pan-Yellow Sea has thousands of years of history, and throughout this history, we have been able to have exchanges of culture, history, and human resources. And therefore, this will become the foundation for prosperity that we have not seen anywhere else in the world. Despite these potential, we have not been able to find harmony in full. We have the history issues as well as the issues between the two Koreas and the Cold War. And so we have not been able to overcome all of this, and we have not been able to overcome the old order. Now we need new vision and new execution. We need to take small steps so that all of these new visions can take root. We need to make sure that local governments work together and put our vision into execution. We need to take a look at health, culture, sports, and other fields that are close to our lives so that we can look for co-prosperity in this region. Above all, we need to make sure that for bigger peace and prosperity, we need to upgrade our vision and we need to expand our vision. We need to work with China, Japan, North Korea, and other new South policy countries and new North policy countries. And our province proposes that we expand our collaboration across the Pan-Yellow Sea region. This year, we are working under the vision of 2020 New Leap Forward, the Pan-Yellow Sea. In 2020, because of COVID-19, we are faced with new challenges and crises. Amid such crises, we need to have bold visions and imaginations so that we can have solidarity for future cooperation. For this, Chungcheongnam-do will lead the way. We have designated innovative cities so that we can become the center of the Republic of Korea and also the center of the Pan-Yellow Sea region. And so the Chungcheongnam-do province will lead the way forward. I do hope that you will join us in this path forward for the Pan-Yellow Sea region. I hope that we will be able to together strive for the future of peace and economic prosperity in the Pan-Yellow Sea region. I hope we can also be at the center of a bigger global peace and economic prosperity. I do believe that this forum will become a great stepping stone. Once again, congratulations on the hosting of this forum, and thank you very much for your participation. I leave you by wishing you all the best for you and your family. Thank you.
네, 양승조 도지사님 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much, Governor, for the kind words.
네, 다시 한번 큰 박수.
Now let us once again give a big round of applause to His Excellency, Governor of Chungcheongnam-do Province. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, one more announcement, please. Now, simultaneous interpretation is available throughout the forum today. Please refer to the screen in front of you for the channel of your choice. And now, let me invite the chair of the Chungcheongnam-do Province Council, Kim Myung-sun, to deliver his welcoming remarks.
여러분 반갑습니다.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kim Myung-sun, chairperson of the Chungcheongnam-do Council. Now today, as we see nature ripen around us, it is a great pleasure for us to be seeing the hosting of the 6th Pan-Yellow Sea Forum. I would like to welcome all of you together with the 2.2 million people of Chungcheongnam-do to this city of Yesan. I would like to first thank Governor Yang Seung-jo and Chairman Moon Jung-in of the Korea Peace Forum, as well as the Special Advisor to the President. Thank you very much for enabling today's forum. In addition, I would also like to thank His Excellency Shin Hai-ming, Chinese Ambassador to Korea, His Excellency Tomita Koji, Japanese Ambassador to Korea, Her Excellency Dinara Kamalova, Kyrgyzstan Ambassador to Korea, and Councilman of the Chungcheongnam-do Council, Kim Gi-young, and also An Jang-hun, Councilman of the Chungcheongnam-do Council, and also Ho Jae-young, Chairman of the National Water Management Committee, and former Minister of Unification, Lee Jong-seok, and also the head of the Danguk University Hospital, Kim Jae-il. Thank you very much for joining us today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the Pan-Yellow Sea countries have long been neighbors and competitors and have pursued mutual growth while exchanging culture and goods. Having inherited the legacy of Baekje, an ancient kingdom of maritime trade, Chungcheongnam-do has been making all-out efforts to promote sustainable growth and development of the Pan-Yellow Sea region. Now, the unprecedented outbreak of pandemic earlier this year has paralyzed the overall economy, society, and culture, and the entire world, including the Pan-Yellow Sea region. Countries who used to be closely connected with each other in a variety of ways in terms of economic culture have found themselves being increasingly isolated due to cessation of exchanges. Now, against this challenging backdrop, this forum will provide valuable opportunities for you and all to look into mutual relations and interests so as to restore cooperation and coordination. I believe that local governments of individual countries will surely find ways to grow together by helping each other solidify strengths while making up for weaknesses. I sincerely hope for further development of the Pan-Yellow Sea Forum that has been promoting peace, prosperity, and coexistence in the Pan-Yellow Sea region while reaffirming our commitment to prosperity of Northeast Asia. Once again, I would like to congratulate the opening of this forum, and also I would like to welcome you all to Chungcheongnam-do Province. Thank you very much, and I wish you and your family happiness and health. Thank you.
님 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much, Speaker Kim Myung-sun. Another big round of applause, please. Next, we have with us His Excellency Sheng Hai-ming, Chinese Ambassador to the Republic of Korea. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
저는 중국 사람이지만
I am Chinese, but I would like to speak in Korean. Honorable Governor Yang Seung-jo and distinguished guests from home and abroad, good morning. First of all, I am honored to participate in the 6th Pan-Yellow Sea Forum. I would like to thank the host for inviting me to this event. This year was a particularly meaningful year for all of us. The sudden outbreak of the unprecedented pandemic has dealt a severe blow to the entire economy and society across the globe. I expect that this forum will serve as a great platform for all of us to discuss the rapid overcoming of the current crisis caused by the pandemic and also to achieve peaceful and stable prosperity in the region while suggesting effective solutions and exploring ways to recover and grow together. I most certainly look forward to significant discussions and constructive suggestions. The pandemic is still affecting the global economy, and the effect is growing even larger. However, the Chinese economy is showing signs of recovery, and we have built a strong momentum for recovery. From October 26th to 29th, the 5th meeting of the 19th Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party was held, and during that meeting, China has come up with the next economic and social development plan. This plan is the 14th five-year economic development plan. 2021 will be the first year of China's 14th five-year economic development plan, kicking off its new journey for establishing a modern socialist country. China will prepare a new development paradigm, which is a dual circulation strategy, basically centering on the large circulation of China's domestic market on one hand, while simultaneously keeping peace with the East Asian region. China, Japan, and South Korea are three major countries in East Asia, and we have geographical advantages for cooperation. Since the outbreak of COVID-19, the three countries have effectively controlled the spread of the pandemic within the region through cooperation and coordination. In addition, there have been endeavors to ensure economic exchanges and trade within the region by developing a fast-track entry system between South Korea and China, as well as South Korea and Japan, to offer convenience for businessmen and trade cooperation, and this has become a solid basis for economic recovery from the pandemic. At present, the spread of the pandemic in South Korea, China, and Japan seems to have been stabilized. Also, the industrial network and the supply chain in the region are being managed smoothly, therefore laying down the conditions and basis for initiating the circulation of economies. The three countries, with an aim to control COVID-19, we have rapidly developed a pan-Yellow Sea road for the circulation of economy and trade so that we may stabilize and further expand the supply chain, product, industrial, and consumer market networks between the three countries. I look forward to the Pan-Yellow Sea Road becoming a stimulus for the growth in the Northeast Asia region in the post-COVID era. And I hope that our growth will be able to drive the recovery of the global economy. The ocean is the source of all life, and all rivers are embraced by the ocean. And the whole world can become one family in harmony through the ocean. These characteristics of the ocean are in line with the significance of the Pan-Yellow Sea Forum. My hometown, Tianjin, is also a port city that belongs to the Pan-Bohai Bay Economic Zone. The Pan-Bohai Bay Economic Zone, in the narrow definition, encompasses the Liaodong Peninsula, Shandong Peninsula, Jinji, which are the Beijing, Tianjin, and Hebei. More broadly, the zone includes Shanxi, Liaoning, Shandong, as well as the Middle Eastern Inner Mongolia. The Pan-Bohai Bay Economic Zone and the Pan-Yellow Sea Economic Zone should be interconnected and converged to expand cooperation, and this is currently ongoing. We hope to see the two zones being connected so that we can have deeper cooperation and also to work together to create a pan-yellow economic belt for the growth of both regions. Korea is at the height of its beauty here in Chungcheongnam-do, which is at the center of Korea's economy. Of course, economically, it is third after Seoul and the capital area. Chungcheongnam-do province, under the great leadership of the governor, has a great vision, and I look forward to a bright future of this region. China has many cities that wish to strengthen its cooperation with the Chungcheongnam-do province. Because of COVID-19, we were not able to invite many Chinese guests to this forum, but on behalf of them, I promise you that we will continue to cooperate with Chungcheongnam-do province. I would like to congratulate you once again on the hosting of this forum, and I look forward to the most successful forum. Thank you very much once again.
네, 싱하이밍 주한 중국 대사님.
Thank you very much. So that was the Chinese ambassador to Korea, Xing Haiming. Thank you very much for the congratulatory remarks.
네. 네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I see that you have made extensive preparation. So once again, a big hand, please. Thank you very much.
자, 다음은 도미타 코지 주한 일본 대사.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Tomita Koji, Japanese Ambassador to Korea, will deliver his congratulatory remarks. Today, I would like to congratulate you on the successful hosting of the Pan-Yellow Sea Forum thanks to the efforts of Chungcheongnam-do and the Korea Peace Forum. I would also like to express my gratitude to those who have endeavored to put this forum together, including Governor Yang Seung-jo as well as all the members involved. Thank you very much and congratulations on the opening of this forum. This forum will provide a great platform for leaders and intellectuals from Japan, South Korea, and China to get together and have discussions on various sectors related to common interest and challenges of the three countries, such as political situation on the Korean Peninsula, low birth rate, aging population, exchanges between local governments and organizations, management and projection of fishery resources in the Yellow Sea, cooperation between businesses, and so forth. Japan, South Korea, and China, the three countries, are economies leading the world economy as well as playing important roles for the prosperity and stability of Northeast Asia. I sincerely hope that this forum will provide great opportunities for the three countries to have in-depth discussions on a variety of issues of these days at home and abroad so as to further deepen mutual understanding. At present, the most enormous challenge facing the international community is the COVID-19 pandemic and how to overcome negative impact caused by the pandemic on various sectors. As responsible countries in Northeast Asia and in the international community, Japan, South Korea, and China are expected to devise plans to take successful measures to contain the spread of the pandemic, while at the same time implementing policies to boost the economy and society. Regarding the resumption of personal exchanges between countries, Japan and Korea already agreed and started the operation of Business Track and Residence Track, which are special fast-track entry procedures, and we are continuously having consultations with China for similar procedures. I hope that we will be able to muster our wisdom together to overcome these tough times. The Japanese Prime Minister, Yoshihide Suga, expressed his strong determination to host the Tokyo Olympics and Paralympic Games in summer next year to show the world that humanity has overcome the COVID-19 crisis. If this comes true, we will be able to show a scene of historical flow where the Olympics, Paralympics are consecutively held in 3 cities of Asia, Pyeongchang, Tokyo, and Beijing. I expect that on the occasion of the consecutive hosting of sports festivals here in Asia, exchanges among countries will become more active in areas such as not only culture and human exchanges, but also finance, energy, environment, disaster prevention, information, and communication. Chungcheongnam-do has been actively involved in exchanges with local governments of many countries all over the world by establishing sisterhood relations with 10 local governments and friendly cooperative relations with 18 local governments all across the world. Considering the history that Baekje dynasty had close relations with Japan, Chungcheongnam-do has a close connection with Japan as well. I am happy that Chungcheongnam-do has continuously been making efforts to have active exchanges with Japanese cities by establishing a sisterhood relations with Kumamoto Prefecture and friendly relations with Nara Prefecture and Shizuoka Prefecture. It is also personally, I have visited the city of Gongju, where I was able to once again see the many historic and cultural relics of the city. And also yesterday here in Yesan, I looked around the reservoir and also the natural beauty that the region has been bestowed with. And also at night, I also had fish porridge. So I had truly enjoyed my stay here yesterday. Now, I do hope that through this forum that is designed to provide opportunities for discussion between Japan, Korea, and China, and the fact that this forum is being held here in Chungcheongnam-do, who values exchanges with countries all over the world, I sincerely hope that your time in this forum proves meaningful, and I wish for the great success of this forum. Last but not least, I wish for the health and happiness to you all. Thank you very much.
주한 일본 대
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your remarks. Another big round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Next, we would like to go to Mr. Hwang Sun-bong, Mayor of Yesan. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good morning. I am Mayor of Yesan. Today we are here to host the 6th Pan-Yellow Sea Forum, which is being hosted by our governor. I would like to welcome you to Yesan, the city of lakes and apples. Our Japanese ambassador to Korea visited Yeodam Lake last night, and I could see that he actually tasted our fish porridge. Thank you very much. We have with us experts from Korea, China, and Japan, and this forum is showing the importance of the Pan-Yellow Sea region, and I believe that we can make a contribution for further development. Right here, we are here at the Toksan Hot Springs region with a 600-year history. And we also have the home of Yoon Bong-gil, as well as the home of Kim Jung-hee, a famous calligrapher. And this is the hometown of these masters. And the suspension bridge across Yeodam-ho, which is the longest in Korea, is adjacent to the Oriental Stork Park, and this is an area that embodies history and culture. I look forward to your stay in Yesan becoming comfortable and memorable. And I would like to once again welcome you to Yesan. Thank you very much.
군수님 감사합니다.
All right, thank you very much. So that was the county mayor. And once again, a big hand, please. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us invite His Excellency Lee Jong-seok, the former Minister of Unification, to deliver his keynote speech on the vision, roles, and challenges of the Pan-Yellow Sea Economic Zone in the era of the Korean Peninsula peace economy.
여러분 안녕하십니까?
Good morning, everyone. Now, I would like to first of all congratulate the opening of the 6th Pan Yellow Sea Forum. And also, let me say that it is a great honor and prestige for me to be delivering my keynote speech at such a prestigious forum. Now, on the Korean Peninsula, we have had a long history of turbulence, conflicts, and war. And that is why there is a fervent wish and aspiration for peace. Now, in the Yellow Sea area, as you would know, between the South and North Koreas, there's also the NLL, the Northern Limit Line. So then around this area, so for the past 20 years, well, more recently it's been okay. More recently, the conflicts are almost gone. But then up until recently, so let's say up until 20 years ago, there have been, let's say, military confrontations between the two Koreas around the NLL. So we can see that the dynamism is really rife on the Yellow Sea Forum. And also it has been the sea of tension and anxiety as well. That is why when we talk about Pan-Yellow Sea, we always talk about the need for peace in this region. But today, as you all feel, now building peace on the Korean Peninsula, building peace on the Yellow Sea area, the Pan-Yellow Sea area, it involves not only South and North Koreas, but it also involves the other neighbors, for example, China and Japan. But then it's not only for the peace on this peninsula region alone, but then it also means peace for the countries around this region, and also it will also be greatly helpful for economic prosperity of the countries in this region. So my point today is that peace would also lead to economic growth. So let me begin with that topic. So I would talk about the Pan-Yellow Sea Economic Zone in the era of the Korean Peninsula peace economy. Now then, why are we talking about the Korean Peninsula peace economy now? Well, now on the Korean Peninsula, peace and economy for them to develop together is what we have been looking for and wanting for such a long time. But today, realistically, it is quite urgent, and also realistically, it has become more feasible, I would say. And that is why we need and we are talking about this today. Now, the Korean Peninsula peace economy, I'm sure that you are familiar with this term. And this is about having peace on the Korean Peninsula. And if we have peace on the Yellow Sea area, then it's not just going to be peace that we will have. It is also going to be economic cooperation, greater economic cooperation among the different countries in this region that will also lead to economic prosperity, shared prosperity. So then the economic benefits to be gained by all the countries in this region will let us once again become aware of the importance of peace. In other words, how peace is going to contribute to economic growth. In other words, creating a virtuous cycle between peace and economy. So I would say that that virtuous cycle, the peace and between peace and economy, are going to be the Korean Peninsula peace economy. So now then, regarding the peace economy, we can talk about different perspectives, but I would say that there are three things that are important. Now, based on common sense, first of all, what we need is now for us to have peace economy in this region, then basically we also need to resolve the security issues on this land. In other words, the anxiety or the uncertainty over the confrontations, they have to be gone, so they have to be resolved. Now there are two elements of the confrontation. One is inter-Korea military confrontation, and second is related to that, but then that is the nuclear development program of North Korea. So well, we had the denuclearization negotiation. It's at a stalemate now. But then anyway, so the nuclear program of North Korea has to be resolved. And then also, second, now even if we do ease the inter-Korea military confrontations, now what we still need is for North Korea also to step into the market economy. So if North Korea were to shy away from the market economy and maintain the military-first approach, then the peace economy on this land is not going to be possible. So there could be reconciliation with North Korea, but unless North Korea changes, then there is not going to be peace economy, meaning that they have to move from military-first to economy-first, and also they have to open up and pursue liberalization. So that is the second element. And then now the third element that we need in order to have the peace economy is Now, if we are to talk about only the South and North Koreas, the two states, then let's say if we have economic cooperation between the two Koreas, but it should not be just unilateral giving or unilateral support. So if we are to invest in North Korea, then there should be economic benefits to be gained for South Korea. There should also be benefits for North Korea, likewise for the other countries as well. So if China were to invest in North Korea, then there should also be gains for China as well. So North Korea should also have such kind of economic competitive advantage that it can offer to other countries. And then also another thing is now actually North Korea has proven that it also has a lot of strengths. So for example, the quality labor and also the natural resources. So these are some of the economic strengths of North Korea. And so let's say and if we can also promote the economic cooperation between North and China, and North and South, and North and Russia, then it could lead to a greater economy. So it's not just going to be one-way exploitation, but the fact that there are elements that are laid there for shared prosperity for all those involved. So we all know that that is there. So now then the security and also the changes in North Korea. So these are what we need. And then now, as you know, now for the security, now there was the September 19 Inter-Korea Joint Declaration. So then as an annex to that, there was also the military agreement between the two Koreas. Now, the military agreement, now they say that the inter-Korea relations now is not very good, but then now you would know that in the past 3 years, there have been no military confrontation or even tension between the two Koreas for the past 3 years. And that means that although, yes, we are committed, but also North Korea is similarly committed to minimize the military tension on the land. So that means that the military agreement between the two countries is being complied with. So the one thorn that remains is the nuclear program of North Korea. And then now regarding the second change that we need from North Korea, now you would also know if you're familiar with the North Korean situation. Now North Korea today is unlike under Kim Jong-il. It's also unlike North Korea 5-6 years ago in the initial days of Kim Jong-un. So as you know, North Korea used to have the military first policy where the national resources would first be allocated to the military. So they had this military first or militaristic policy, but now they have changed to more of a economy first or the people's economy first policy. So not only that, but North Korea is also pushing ahead with opening and liberalization. So it appears as if North Korea has gone quite a long way toward China-style opening and liberalization. Now, the opening means economic expansion to the outside world. And for them to expand the international relations, then they also need to receive resources and capital from outside the country. But now they have had the nuclear experiments, and as a punishment against that, there are international sanctions being imposed by the UN and the US. So it is because of the sanctions against North Korea, the reform and opening also have their limitations. So that is why many people do not believe that North Korea has opened up in any way. But then we understand that yes, it has happened in North Korea already. And also, so on the Korean Peninsula, we see that if we can resolve the nuclear issue on the Korean Peninsula, then that means that we can immediately move on to the Korean Peninsula peace economy era. So not in the fullest terms, but then it could be the very first important step. But you might say that, well, North Korea is not changing, so there cannot be economic cooperation between the different countries. But now what we see is North Korea already has changed its policies. And it's not a tactical change in order to just tide over the current difficulties, but it's more about where Kim Jong-un wants to lead his state. In other words, in the international community, in the international society, North Korea, so Kim Jong-un wishes to create a prosperous country and become the leader of such a prosperous country. So that appears to be his vision. So in South Korea, there is still a lot of negative perceptions against North Korea. So for them, it might be almost unbelievable to see the changes in North Korea today. And that is why we are talking about the peace economy today. And that is because the changes coming out of North Korea appear to be quite serious. They are quite real. So far we have always talked about how North Korea has to change in order to have economic cooperation. So China also kept saying that North Korea has to change. But we see that that change has already come. So there are changes in North Korea already. So for peace on the Korean Peninsula and also to resolve the nuclear issue with North Korea. So I would say that that is one last hurdle that remains for us to get closer to the peace economy on the Korean Peninsula. So then now on the Korean Peninsula, so yes, one thing that we need to do more is to resolve the nuclear issue. And if there is progress there, then I do believe that we will be able to have the peace economy on the Korean Peninsula. And the reason why I say this is because now, after the Second World War was completed in 1945, the Korean Peninsula was divided. And since then, in the North Asian region, now there is the Korean Territorial Division, and then also on the Yellow Sea, the NLL, which is an extension of the Korean Territorial Division. So it is around these regions there have been unending military confrontations and clashes, and as a result of that, there has never really been a real or organic economic cooperation in this region. So there has been no such economic cooperation between the two Koreas and not so much between the other countries as well. And then now, because in the middle of, smack in the middle of the Yellow Sea, there was the NLL, nobody could approach this line. Because of that, the Yellow Sea, with all its economic dynamism, was really just sitting idle, meaning that it was really not conducive to the cooperation between the local governments that are around this region. So we have never had such a chance. But then now today, then now in the Far East and also the Mongolia and also the other countries around this region. So if the countries here can create an organic economic community, now we need to have such a community, but we should have had such a community a long time ago, but we were never able to have one. So if we are to resolve the North Korean nuclear issues and are able to advance economic cooperation in this region, then this is going to be really a boon for the economies around this region. So now I would like to call this the northern economy. So the northern economy. So if we can create this northern economic zone, well, I would say that the basic building blocks are there because South Korea is currently pursuing the northern policy and also the Korean Peninsula peace economy is related to that. And then also North Korea, Kim Jong-un is allocating all the state resources to economic development. And then also China is currently, well, it is highly interested in the linkage between the One Belt, One Road and Korea. So we see that all the basic building blocks are there. So then the leaders around this region, they are also aspiring for economic cooperation in this region as well. So that is what we see today. So again, if we can see some developments in the North Korean nuclear issue, then these are the achievements that we can make one at a time. So if we can achieve the Northern Economic Zone, then of course the Korean economy will take off. Not only Korea, but also the economies in this region. So for example, China, not only that, but then also the east coastal region where the manufacturing base is. Then also the coastal area of Japan, and also the littoral areas of Russia and the Korean Peninsula. So there's going to be this huge virtuous cycle in this region among the different economies. So I do believe that the inter-Korea economic cooperation should also be thought in terms of this broader sense of Northern Economic Zone. So then toward the vision of the Korean Peninsula peace economy, so if we are to move toward that direction, then the Pan-Yellow Sea Economic Zone, what role can it play? Now, this is something that the Koreans all know, but then now the Pan-Yellow Sea region or the economic zone, now under the Moon Jae-in government, now the president has also announced the new economic zone on the Korean Peninsula, so the new Korean Peninsula economic map. So what we see is that now through the continent, so now on the Yellow Sea, there is one track that is going through the continent, and then another track is going through the East Sea, all the way to the far east of Russia, and then also to Jilin or Hunchun of China. all the way to the East Sea of Japan. And then the other important track would be the Yellow Sea. So there are the three paths of the economic corridors around the Korean Peninsula. So I would say that that is the current government's policy to develop those three paths. So then the Yellow Sea, what it can do for the peace economy in this region. Now, one thing is the role of peace, very important, because now again the NLL crossing the Yellow Sea, so which has been also the symbol of military clashes between the two Koreas. So the NLL has been there all this time, suppressing the dynamism of Yellow Sea, also deterring the cooperation among the different countries. So it has been one hurdle. But now, if we can have economic cooperation across the NLL, so if we can have economic cooperation in the Yellow Sea, then we can also move beyond the tension created by the NLL. And then the NLL will no longer be a military division, but then it can also be the symbol of economic cooperation. Right now, we are also thinking about the economic projects for on the Yellow Sea area. So if they work out well, then perhaps the NLL can also be the symbol of economic prosperity around the Yellow Sea. So in conclusion, I mean, the Yellow Sea has always been the sea of Cold War. But if it can turn this around to a sea of economic cooperation, then on the Yellow Sea, on the other hand, so now the Yellow Sea around which there is going to be economic cooperation, then now, of course, on the Korean Peninsula, there's also the threats and also the issues coming from the U.S.-China tension. So we are still mired in that, but perhaps if we can have peace on the Yellow Sea, then maybe we can also move beyond that too. So again, after the tension and the military clashes, if we can have economic cooperation on the Yellow Sea, then also the U.S.-China tension cannot intervene in that region, in the Yellow Sea. So this means that if we can have economic cooperation around the Yellow Sea, then this is also going to be helpful in easing the tension between the U.S. and China. And also looking at the economic perspective, then once again, the Yellow Sea is so on the east coast of China and then also South Korea. So across these two regions, there can be economic cooperation, which can also lead to greater prosperity. So Korea and then also the east coast of China, the economic development stage are a little bit different. So the elements that are there are also different. So if we can also have organic cooperation between these regions, then we can also have a mutually complementary economic relations, leading to a mutual development and mutual prosperity. And last is the cultural role. Now think about this. The Yellow Sea is much narrower than the Mediterranean, and also the sea level is much shallow, but then it is also very much active. So it is not still water, but the ebb and flow are very vibrant, so there is rich oceanic maritime resources and also a lot of natural resources are there. So it is also very suitable for exchanges of various nature, including cultural exchanges. So we can also create a Yellow Sea culture, maritime culture in this region through such maritime cooperation. So we can see that the Pan-Yellow Sea Economic Zone can play various roles for the Korean Peninsula peace economy, but then for us to make that possible, then we also need the cooperation efforts by the various local governments surrounding this region. Now then, my last point is about the challenges for local governments in the Pan-Yellow Sea region for the Korean Peninsula peace economy. So let me discuss the challenges both in terms of the international cooperation and domestic efforts. Now, first of all, for the cooperation on the Yellow Sea, so what kind of future it is going to create for us? And also the peace economy on the Korean Peninsula, what kind of lives will it open up for us? So the national consensus that we have regarding these visions is still weak. What this means is that the local governments, together with the central government, continue to create the future for the people and also instill the perception in the people that the Pan-Yellow Sea region can bring about greater peace and prosperity for not only Korea but also for all the countries around this region. And also, second is, now if there is this kind of dynamism and potential in the region, then we need to also continue to research such potential and possibility, and also let the people know about this, and also to create the policies that will take advantage of such potential and possibilities. So that means that we also need to continue to research and study the region. And last is, now there are many local governments surrounding the Pan-Yellow Sea. So for example, in Korea, Chungcheongnam-do province, then also of course there is no cooperation with North Korea today, but like I said, North Korea today is unlike North Korea of the past. So economic cooperation is not impossible. So right now, because of the sanctions, we cannot. But if we can create the cooperation network in the future, then I'm sure that we can also have cooperation with North Korea as well. Then also the northeast area of China. So we also have the local governments there. So we all need to put them all together in a network. So we need to create a network of exchanges, not only between one or two countries, but also with other countries, including China. So of course, there are other things that are needed, but I believe that what is the most important would be to connect these three countries. So let's say starting from Qingdao, going to Tianjin, Dalian, and then to Shenhuiju, and then also to going to Nampo of North Korea, and then now going to Incheon, and then to Dangjin, and then all the way to Mokpo and Kunsan. So we need to have this kind of intercity or the city-to-city connection by maritime routes. So if we can have this kind of maritime routes that crisscross the three countries, then we can also create events or networks and linkages of exchanges among the three countries. So we need to keep initiating these ideas, and we need to keep pushing forward with such ideas. So of course we have the ambassador of China here, so then maybe you can also have the discussion with like Tianjin or Qingdao, and then also Nampo and Shinjuju of North Korea. So once we can have that, then if we can have this kind of a network of local governments in the Pan-Yellow Sea, then that would be much more helpful. So what we need is more than just a forum. We need to create this kind of network among the local governments in the and around the Yellow Sea. Then, so yes, of course, security and diplomacy, and then also the social cooperation. Now, many people think that diplomacy and security are only for the central government, but it's not just about having the local governments play a greater role, but then it's also about. So I believe that, of course, basically the central government should lead the way in diplomacy and security. But then now, when it comes to issues that are directly involving the LOC, then the local government should also have a say. So the local governments of North Korea, South Korea, and China. So not just the economic cooperation, but then also the cooperation regarding diplomacy and security. So maybe you could have some like a joint statement wishing for peace and prosperity on the LOC. So I think the local governments also have a role to play in diplomacy and security in the LOC region as well, because the peace economy should also be built together with the local governments. So that also means that the local governments should and need to have a say in diplomacy and security as well, so that we can usher in the era of peace economy on the Korean Peninsula at an earlier date. Thank you.
님 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much for your remarks. Another big round of applause, please. Thank you very much, Governor Yang Seung-ju, Chairman Kim Myung-sun, Ambassador Xiang Min, Ambassador Tomita Kochi, Mayor Hwang Sun-bong, and Minister Kim Lee-jong-seok. Thank you very much. We will rearrange the stage for the special session. We would like to ask you to remain seated for the special session titled Ways to Establish Pan-Yellow Sea Peace Process. Thank you.
무대 정리가 바로 끝나는 대로 바로 진행이 되겠습니다.
We would like to continue as soon as the stage is rearranged.
네, 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후
Once again, as soon as the stage is rearranged, we will continue with the special session. We would like to ask you to remain seated for the special session as we will resume as soon as the stage is rearranged.
네, 그럼 지금부터 화당의 평화 프로세스
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting a special session under the topic of ways to establish Pan-Yellow Sea peace process. Now, I would like to ask the moderator as well as the presenter and the panelists to please come up on stage.
네, 곧 세션이 시작됩니다.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting the session shortly. I would like to ask everyone to please come back and take your seats. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be beginning the session shortly. So I would like to ask everyone to please be seated.
네, 본 세션은 환황의 평화 프로세스
Now, ladies and gentlemen, the topic of this session is peace, ways to establish Pan-Yellow Sea peace process, and will last for 90 minutes. The moderator is Dr. Moon Jung-in, Special Advisor to President Moon Jae-in of South Korea for Foreign Affairs and National Security. We also have Director Yu Xiaohua of the China Institute of International Studies and also Professor Nishino of KU University. Now, they will be joining us via online. Thank you.
예, 온라인이 여기 돼야 되죠. 여기 지금 온라인이 안 나타나니까 아니 저 화면이 저기 나와 있구나. 여기도 있어야지 우리가 못 보니까 이거. 여기 텔레비에 나와야지. 진행하시는 분 여기 저
Now, to the staff, please make sure that we can also get the screen in front of us because we cannot keep looking back. So can you make sure that we also get the screen display in front of us? Because we are connected to China and Japan, and we cannot see them because we cannot keep looking back. So I hope we can get to the technical issues right away because we cannot just look back as we have the discussion. All right, thank you. Thank you very much. So I am the moderator of this session. My name is Moon Jung-in. Yes, and we are here to discuss a very important topic, and that is about ways to establish pan-yellow sea peace process. So there's going to be a presentation by Professor Ko Bong-jun of Chungnam National University. He graduated from Seoul National University and also received his PhD from Northeastern University of the U.S. So he has been an extensive scholar in peace and also a great scholar, the pride of Chungcheongnam-do province. So please give him a big round of applause. And then Professor Kim Yong-hyun is the professor of North Korean Studies at Dongguk University. He is also a member of the Policy Planning Committee. He's also a very well-known TV personality, so I'm sure that he is also well-known to you. So he's one of the foremost experts on North Korean relations. So please welcome him. And then also Liu Xiaotao. So this is a Science and Technology Daily of China. So now then Liu Xiaotao is the Seoul Bureau Chief of Science and Technology Daily. So now I understand that the Ms. Liu, rare case, but then now there's also the Kim Young-jik Teachers University in Pyongyang. So she studied there, and she also studied in Sungkyungan University. I see that a lot of people from Sungkyungan University today. So perhaps it's because Ms. Liu is from Sungkyungan University, but then also former Minister Lee also is from Sungkyun University. But anyway, so Ms. Liu also studied at Sungkyun University. And then now next, Okasaka Kentaro, the Seoul Bureau Chief of Kyoto News. So now the Mr. Okasaka is actually a U.S. expert, and he has been dealing a lot with the nuclear issue as well as the disarmament. But anyway, so aside from being a journalist, now he is an expert in that field. And also another thing is that he is very good in Korean, so he really does not need interpretation. And then now the two at the back, or yes, now we have them in the front. So now joining us from China, Professor Wee Shaohua. So if you could raise your hand, please. Yes. So it is Professor Yu Shaohua, and she used to be the senior researcher at the research under the Chinese government. She was also the head of the Asia Pacific desk, but then now, after retiring, now she is currently the head of the Korea Research Center in Shanghai. And also her husband is, as you know, the honorary professor of Beijing University, Professor Kim Kyung-il. So they are a couple experts on North Korea and Korean issues. Then also Professor Nishino Junya, now professor of Department of Political Science at Keio University. Then also under the Keio University, there is also the Korea Peninsula Research Institute, and he is the head of the institute. So as you all would also know, the Professor Okonogi of Keio University, now he is his mentor. So now then, succeeding Professor Okonogi, he is now one of the foremost experts in Japan on the Korean Peninsula issue. So I see that yes, we do have the foremost experts in the Korean Peninsula gathered here today. So once again, please welcome him. And now let me move ahead like this, because the organizers have asked me to close by noon, so we don't have much time. So how I will like to do this is to give about 15 minutes to Professor Ko Bong-jun to deliver his presentation. And then now, following the 15 minutes, I would like to give 5 minutes to each of the panelists in the order of geographic distance, meaning that Professor Yu Shaohua would go first, followed by Professor Nishino, and then Professor Kim Yong-hyun and Ms. Liu and Mr. Okazaka. And then I would also like to take questions from the audience because we have this kind of face-to-face meeting so that we could take questions from the audience. But now, if the staff can bring to me the questions in written form, then I would deliver the questions to the panelists because you are so far, so I won't be able to see you if you raise your hand. Then also those joining us online, you can make use of the chat box. So if you could upload your questions on the chat box, then the organizers would collect the questions and then bring them to me. So now then let me first give 15 minutes to Professor Ko.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. As have been introduced, I am Ko Bong-jun of Chungnam National University. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to share what an honor it is for me to present at this meaningful gathering. Today, I have been asked to speak under the topic of ways to establish Pan-Yellow Sea peace process. So I would like to share with you the cooperation network that have developed thus far in this region, as well as their achievements. And I would also like to discuss how to continue and expand these achievements. As we have already heard, we do have the proactive efforts made by the Chungcheongnam-do province, as have been mentioned by the governor. And we have also heard from the ambassadors of China and Japan to discuss how they will cooperate in this region as well. What I would like to present is also about how there are actions by some countries that do not lead to such a rosy prospect for this area despite the achievements that have been made. So let's take a look at some roadblocks in establishing the peace process here. And I would also like to urge the change in the attitude and sentiments of some countries in this region. Well, the meaning of peace in this word peace process can be defined in various ways. But when we talk about peace, it could mean the absence of war. In that aspect, we do not have wars in the Pan-Yellow Sea region, and so you may question whether we need a peace process at all. But despite the absence of war, we do need a virtuous cycle of neighboring countries by improving the hostile relations in this region. So we're not talking about just the absence of war, but we would like to achieve a proactive peace. But currently, what we can do is, like the experience of West Europe, is to reduce the possibility of hostility towards each other so that we can institutionalize the absence of war. So I think that is where we are at. So the peace process in the future that I imagine is to institutionalize the absence of war and to achieve a less hostile network of relations in this region. So when I talk about institutionalization, I would like to talk about regime theories. And I think the most important of these regime theories is that in the process of institutionalizing peace, that there are differences of opinions among scholars around the world. Liberalists mention that we need to impact the interest of other countries. So, for example, we need to make sure that our interests are aligned. But when we try to align our interests through institutionalization, it would take a very long time, and we need to overcome various roadblocks in order to achieve that type of institutionalization. So let me mention some of those roadblocks. During the post-Cold War era, we usually did not discuss geopolitics, for example, the conflict between the US and China. But now we see that the G2 conflicts is rising. And as former Minister Lee has mentioned, this is an issue in this region because this hinders the active cooperation within the region. So it's a systematic pressure that works against it. So in 2017, the U.S. announced China as a country that was not on par with their policies. And because of this, the U.S. has officially announced that they would like to strengthen cooperation with the countries other than China in this region, which will have a negative impact on the cooperation within the region. So, for example, the conflict structure going beyond the U.S. and China, if that is institutionalized in this region, then we are pressured to make choices in terms of our policies, as we have seen in the former issue of THAAD being located in Korea. The U.S., they recognize Japan as their partner in this region, and they look forward to Japan strengthening its role for regional security. And so to solve the issues with China and North Korea, the relations between U.S., Japan, and Korea becomes important. But the U.S. continues to strengthen Japan as its partner for security in this region. And that may open the ways for Japan to become a normal country and to also arm themselves. And that is being propelled by the development of nuclear weapons in North Korea. The Indo-Pacific strategy of the U.S. was actually triggered by Japan, and Japan will continue to make an effort to become the powerhouse in this region. But in the region, the growing of arms of Japan is not welcomed by other countries. And so the closer relations between U.S. and Japan may lead to more instabilities within the region. Another source of instability is related to nuclear weapons. Last year, the U.S. actually withdrew from the Intermediate Range Nuclear Force Treaty, and they now officially declared the end of INF, and therefore they can now develop these intermediate range missiles. And they are thinking of locating these launchers in either Korea or Japan. If these situations and trends continue, then between the conflict of U.S. and China, that will make Korea fall into a very difficult position. Such stance by the U.S. has added to the uncertainty of the future of the New START, which was signed in 2018. And so this may actually hinder the efforts of reducing arms in this region, and it could also hinder the achievement of denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. Another issue is the nuclear capability of North Korea. As you're well aware, the issue of North Korea is a major challenge in the international nuclear order, and it's very difficult for any one country or the international community to prevent a decision to manufacture nuclear weapons based on a political decision by a single country, as we have seen in North Korea. Well, currently, denuclearization means the denuclearization of North Korea. If we take a look at former denuclearization instances, we need to take a look at who had the upper hand. If North Korea continues denuclearization, it doesn't mean the U.S. will denuclearize itself. And so, from that perspective, the possibility of North Korea denuclearizing itself is quite low. And if we take a look at China and Russia, they're cooperating. And North Korea, they feel like their regime is being threatened. And if those three countries will strengthen their collaboration as they did during the Cold War, then we will also see a strengthening of alliance between the U.S. and Korea. And this will have a negative impact on the Pan-Yellow Sea region. especially the peace process in the region. So we need to face the G2 conflicts as well as the North Korea nuclear issue, and those two are the biggest roadblocks to the peace process of the region. In order to overcome these difficulties, let's take a look at some efforts that need to be made by the countries within the region. The diplomatic policies of the countries in the region must become non-militarized. So we cannot say that each country should not equip themselves to protect themselves, but the arms race in this region is an issue of inertia at the moment. So it is not an effort to secure security for themselves, but it is due to the request of alliances and also to equip themselves with the latest technologies. And so, in international politics, this actually is the security dilemma of each country. The actions taken on to build their security will impact other countries and make them concerned, and they will also arm themselves in response. But in reality, compared to the past, we do have stronger military power, but the stronger military power cannot be a solution as it were possibly in the past. Within the Pan-Yellow Sea region, we already have a lack of trust. And in order to build that trust, we need to make sure that we objectively look at our military strategies. And through that process, we need to have arms control and in the long run, possibly arms reduction. And secondly, the biggest issue is the method and contents of denuclearization of North Korea. We need to make an agreement and execute it together. North Korea is equipping itself with nuclear capabilities, and there's not been a voluntary denuclearization with the exception of South Africa. And so there is a low possibility of denuclearization on a voluntary basis. And so in order to achieve that, we will need to conduct negotiations and bridge the gap in the expectation level. We also need to make sure that North Korea stops their continuation of nuclear development. As I have mentioned before, without the regime security, I don't think there will be full denuclearization on the part of North Korea. So it may look quite ironic, but we do need to take a look at how we're going to guarantee the regime for North Korea. And this has to be discussed amongst the Pan-Yellow Sea countries. And in order to proceed with these efforts, then we do need to have flexible ways of working with the regions. For example, MICTA depends on the participation of the participating countries, but that actually depends on the issues on the table. And I believe that MICTA already deals with issues that are universally good for the regional countries. And so there are issues that are moving forward, such as development aid, food security, and marine security. So in the beginning, we could possibly deal with issues through MICTA that are of interest with North Korea, and then we can possibly expand those issues. So the issue at hand is how we're going to include North Korea in MICTA. I think I need to close up because of time constraint. Well, realistically, we should look at peace as a way of maintaining the stability amongst different countries. But with this perspective, we cannot find a trigger for achieving a virtuous cycle of peace. So, if we were to have an understanding of the need for Pan-Yellow Sea peace process, then we need to make an effort to resolve the sources of regional conflict in this region. And I think a good starting point would be a opportunity like today where we are building our understanding of this issue together. COVID-19 is indeed an opportunity for the Pan-East Sea region to cooperate, for example, to build a response together against COVID-19. We no longer live in an era where one party can find a solution for a specific issue. I do believe that COVID-19 can become a turning point for countries to work together and learn to cooperate. Thank you very much.
우리
Thank you. Now then, Professor Yu Xiao, would you like to comment on Professor Ko's presentation? Good morning, everyone. Now, first of all, I would like to express my sense of honor in joining this conference today. I would like to thank you very much to Dr. Moon for the invitation. And also, although through the screen I can see many familiar faces, so it's a great pleasure. And also, hello to Professor Ko. It's been a while, and now, yes, I have received a paper some time ago, so I have also read it with great interest. So now I'd just like to express 3 points due to the time constraint. Now, first, Professor Ko has had a very systematic analysis of the Pan-Yellow Sea cooperation, and also he talked about the hurdles against such cooperation. So very in-depth cooperation. Thank you very much for that. But then now, some, let's say, the passive elements, but not, I believe that also more of the active elements should have also been studied so as to be more helpful for the development. So one of them would be North Korea, or the North Korean situation, which is still concerning, I would say, but since 2018, we also need to pay attention to North Korea's strategic adjustment, meaning that they are now focusing more on economic development. So some time ago, so that was in October, so we could see that in the military parade, we also saw something similar. So I would say that that was a very active signal to us, which should also be taken to heart, really. And then second is about how COVID-19 has shed light on the need for cooperation between the 3 most important countries in this region, China, Korea, and Japan. So for the 3 countries under the pandemic, we're able to once again see that we are united in our fate. So once again, the COVID-19, I would say, has reaffirmed the need for us to help each other. So I would say that these are some of the direct elements or the active elements that we have to look at. So in other words, not just looking at the hurdles, but also the enabling factors. And then the second point that I would like to make is about the players or their participants in the cooperation. So Professor Ko has also made his suggestions about MICTA. So he has also emphasized the role of MICTA. So as a body of cooperation for mid-sized countries, it would also have its own importance as well as role. But then now, when it comes to the Pan-Yellow Sea cooperation, I would say that what is more realistic would be the CJK cooperation. So we need to actually make more use of the CJK cooperative body. Now, MICTA, since 2013, now has been proposed by Korea, and then also since then, the development of this body, well, I must say that I'm not that entirely familiar with that. Then also, with regards to its progress, if any, with North Korea, I'm not entirely familiar with that. But so the U.S., as it is pulling away from this and that cooperative regimes, so rather than having a cooperative framework of our own, I believe that it should be made broader. So not just the three countries, but broader and more encompassing cooperation would be needed and more desirable. So that is the second point that I wanted to make. And then the third is, so again, the point here is that the CJK should be the most important players in the Yellow Sea cooperation. And then the third point that I would like to make is how the cooperation amongst us can start from the micro level. So what I mean by this is that perhaps you can start from small but very concrete projects. So I am no longer studying so much about the economy, but then in most cases we see more of the long-term or macro level visions that are being presented. But then now, when we think about why they have not been realized, of course, Professor Ko also touched upon that. But then, I believe that they have not been realized because perhaps they were a bit at a distance from reality. So we perhaps neglected to start from the ground. So I do hope that we can start from something that is very real. For example, for COVID-19, which has severed our exchanges or relations. And also under COVID-19, we have also had responses by each country. Now, for the case of North Korea, well, Kim Jong-un also mentioned that it is the state that is being buffeted by natural disaster and COVID-19 at the same time. So this also means that on the flip side, this means that North Korea also has to have broader cooperation while at the same time fighting off COVID-19. So given this situation, then perhaps the three countries can exchange our know-how and experience in combating COVID-19, then also come up with a more customized solution for North Korea. Then perhaps if the three countries can put their heads together to come up with the answers and responses and solutions for North Korea, then that would be also be providing much needed help to North Korea in a very practical sense. So that is all. Thank you.
위샤화 선생님 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. We would now like to go to Professor Mishino. Can you hear me well? Can you hear me well? Yes, we can hear you well. Please speak. Good morning. I am Mishino from Keio University. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for this invitation. And it is a great honor to be on the panel with Special Advisor Moon Jang-in. We are pressed for time, and so I would like to start my discussion right away. Professor Ko's presentation was very interesting, and academically, it was indeed a rich paper that I had the pleasure of reading. And based on his points, I would like to mention 5 things. First, concerning the 5 roadblocks to the peace process of the region, well, from the Korean perspective, I can surely understand why they are looked as roadblocks. But from my perspective, I think one roadblock is missing. That if we take a look at Japan, well, you have mentioned that the normalization of Japan and the nuclear issue of North Korea are all roadblocks. But if we take a look at the security strategies of South Korea and the buildup of its military power, I think that could also hinder the stability of the region and the peace process of the region. I don't know if you are well aware, but in 5 to 6 years, Korea's defense power and defense budget will be larger than that of Japan. And so, the military capabilities is being built up by Korea, and I think that is significant in the region. And so therefore, the buildup of military power by South Korea is something that we need to communicate and improve our understanding of within the region. Second is the nuclear issue of North Korea. Professor Ko talked about some solutions for the nuclear issue of North Korea, and I agree with you on a fundamental level. But in order to solve the nuclear issue of North Korea, we need to take a close look at how genuine North Korea is about denuclearization. If we take a look at Chairman Kim Jong-un of North Korea, during the 2018 Pyongyang statement, he has mentioned that he can dismantle the Yeonbyeon facility. And so the South Korean government should make further efforts to make sure that North Korea can take preemptive measures to initiate the denuclearization process. We would very much appreciate the efforts of the South Korean government. Third is about institutionalization that was mentioned by Professor Ko. For peace in this region, I also believe that institutionalization is necessary. For institutionalization, we need rules, norms, and values that we agree on. In order to do so, we would need Korea, China, and Japan of the region to cooperate even more closely. From that perspective, as Professor Woo Hua has mentioned, we need to further strengthen the cooperation between the three countries. And I do believe that we would need an annual summit between the heads of states of the three countries. The fourth point that I would like to make, is as follows. Our bilateral relations are going through a very difficult patch. Well, the China-Japan relations, it is stable, but as you're well aware, between Korea and Japan, we are going through difficulties. And it seems that the relations between China and Korea are strained as well. In order to resolve the issues at hand, we need further political efforts. We still have leadership issues that have a large impact on this region. From that perspective, in Japan, we have a new Prime Minister Suga, and I think it could be a turning point that can be leveraged to improve communications between the two leaders. The fifth point that I would like to make is as follows. Since we are talking about the peace process, well, the efforts by each government is definitely important, but I think the forum that we're hosting today shows that this peace process is not only dominated by the national government, but that it could also be propelled by individuals, scholars, and local governments. And so I think the hosting of the 6th Pan-Yellow Sea Forum is even more meaningful from that perspective. Thank you very much for the hosting of this forum. Thank you.
좋은 코멘트 있습니다.
Thank you very much for the excellent comments. And now moving on to Professor Kim Yong-hyun. Yes, hello. I am Kim Yong-hyun of the North Korean Studies at Dongguk University. I am actually a member of the Korean Peninsula Peace Forum. So then for the keynote speech and also the presenters and also the panelists, so I have been playing the role of the coordinator in inviting the speakers to this forum in my capacity as a member of the forum. But anyway, so perhaps that makes me a bit inappropriate to serve as a panelist. But despite that, let me now go ahead. Now for the Yellow Sea cooperation, the scope of such cooperation is, I believe, it can be inspired by President Moon's ideas. So in other words, the life community and peace community and economic community of the Korean Peninsula. So perhaps it could be an expansion of this. So what I mean is that, for example, the Pan-Yellow Sea life community and Pan-Yellow Sea economic community and Pan-Yellow Sea peace community. And among them, the priority, I would say, so the most urgent among the three, I would say, is the life community. So then how we can start building a life community in the Pan-Yellow Sea region would be the big question. And then also along that process, maybe we can also develop the economic and peace community at the same time. So now then, in terms of the life community, so we all know what this is, especially by the fact that we are all wearing masks. So we see that epidemics have no borders, no truce lines. So that is the reality that we are in today. So then the Yellow Sea cooperation against COVID-19 will be very important, in which case North Korea cannot be left out, because I believe that COVID-19 cooperation without North Korea would be meaningless. So we need to find possibilities of cooperating with North Korea in this field. And then moving beyond that, perhaps environmental cooperation, also other areas of cooperation that would be open to the countries of the region. And now if we are to narrow the scope to cooperation with North Korea, then perhaps vaccine against COVID-19, and also perhaps maybe it's veering away from this, but then perhaps the cooperation to finish the general hospital in Pyongyang, and also maybe some cooperation in agriculture could be the possibilities. At any rate, now I believe that it is very important to find the possibilities of cooperation for life community in this region. Now, second is about the peace community, which was also touched upon by Professor Nishino. So rather than going into the details, I would just like to briefly mention that now for the denuclearization process on the Korean Peninsula, what is very important for us. So unless we can resolve this issue, then perhaps the peace community on the Yellow Sea is going to be also very difficult. So I would say that that should be the basic perspective that we need to have. And of course, the end of war declaration, that is another issue that is still outstanding. But still, I believe that including all these surrounding issues, we need to find a way to enable peace community in the Yellow Sea. And last is the economic community on the Yellow Sea, which I believe is also related to the local governments, which I believe also pique interest by the Chungcheongnam-do province as well. Now, what I have been thinking about was about the economic cooperation in the Yellow Sea region, which was also mentioned in the past, and that is about the Korea-China undersea tunnel. This was also brought up during the conservative government in the past, and even going much way longer before then, and that is about the Korea-China underwater, under the sea tunnel. So, for example, the Tangjin of Chungcheongnam-do, and then linking to China. So, I would say that this kind of underwater tunnel could be instrumental in expanding economic cooperation between the two countries. And if we can also have that, then it would be crucial in developing peace in this region as well. So then we could also perhaps later on extend the Korea-China tunnel to Korea-China-Japan underwater tunnel, so that we could have linkages between the three countries in maritime and air, by land as well. And then also one more thing is about the Siberian gas field that is being developed. It could also go through North Korea, and it could also go through China all the way to Manchuria, and then to the coastal regions of China all the way to Shandong Peninsula, connecting all the way down to the Korean Peninsula, to the Chungcheongnam-do province. And I believe that it is high time that we give more thoughts to these possible projects. And last is, now for the life community and the peace community and economic community on the Yellow Sea region. Now these three communities are not independent of each other. They are very closely intertwined with each other. And in trying to build these communities, local governments, including Chungcheongnam-do province, will have important roles to play. And I do not believe that they are long into the future. I believe that they are quite close to us even now. For some issues, like the concrete issues like the denuclearization, if we can tackle such issues first, then I believe that they will be opening up as real possibilities in the very near future. Thank you. Thank you. And now also from the floor, once again, if you have questions, then maybe you could jot them down on paper and then hand them to the organizers, and I would deliver them.
We will now go to Ms. Liu Xiaotao. As have been introduced, I am the Seoul Bureau Chief of the Science and Technology Daily of China. It's a great pleasure to participate in this forum, and it's a great learning opportunity for me. Through the presentation of Professor Ko and the expert discussions, I have learned a great deal. During President Ko's presentation, he talked about the 5 issues related to the peace process. And I believe that the North Korean issue is at the core. And Professor Yu Xiaohua also talked about the positive aspects of North Korea. I believe that there are positive aspects of North Korea, but I think we need to lower our expectations of North Korea. Ever since the break of the Soviet Union, the fall of the Soviet Union, they have been quite isolated, especially since the normalization of ties between China and South Korea. They have been isolated and their security has not been guaranteed. So within this situation, I think there is an internal logic for arming themselves with nuclear weapons. So how can we analyze and evaluate the threats to the North Korean regime after denuclearization? They will find it very difficult to make a bold decision concerning their own security. Professor Ko talked about the peace process and the direction of peace process, and he mentioned that we should create opportunities for North Korea to participate in the peace process building process. I agree with that. Pyongyang, Nampo, and Kaesong are some of the important cities of North Korea, and they are located in the Pan-Yellow Sea region. And so developing these cities would be important for North Korea as well. So from the perspective of economic development, if North Korea were to be given opportunities for Pan-Yellow Sea peace process and security in this region, I think we can have better outcome. For China, stability and development in the Pan-Yellow Sea region is also very important. For China, Beijing, Tianjin, and Hebei are in the Pan-Yellow Sea region. Shandong, Bandung are all peninsulas located in the Pan-Yellow Sea region. Well, in China, we call this the Pan-Yellow Sea Marine Economic Region. Here we are discussing the peace process within this region, and I do believe that we should focus on development in this region. And this marine area will be an important gateway into the economies of different countries, but at the same time, it could lead to instabilities. The marine environment should become a safe gateway into the economy, and it should also lead to inclusive cultures, which will then have a positive impact on the co-prosperity of the region. Professor Kim also talked about the sense of community. The Pan-Yellow Sea region that we are discussing today are a community with a common fate. I think that is something that we need to keep in mind. We need to share the opportunities of growth in this region and respond to threats together. And I think this will also help the interest of the coastal areas. I will not go into the details due to the time constraint. Due to the changes in the Pan-Yellow Sea region and establishing a community of common faith, I think we have many opportunities. We need to base our views on co-prosperity so that we can come up with sea routes as well as developing this region together so that we can find common interest in the marine setting. We need to make sure that we continue exchanges on multi-fronts so that we can have a fundamental basis of private exchanges. Well, in China, we have always emphasized land. And if we take a look at the geopolitical perspective, China is indeed a continental state. We do not have a lot of interest about the marine environment, but with the One Belt, One Road policy, we are now looking at the world as a community of common fate. And so the Pan-Yellow Sea peace process is a west-eastern extension of the One Belt, One Road policy, and that's why we are interested in this region. So given this situation, the countries in the Pan-Yellow Sea area should continue our cooperation and exchanges on various issues, and we need to build trust so that we can continue with the peace process. The land bridge for the Pan-East Sea region would be a dream for all of us. Concerning the marine territories of the two countries, we do have some differences of opinions because Korea focuses on the middle point between the two countries, but in China, we focus on the natural landscapes. And so those territorial issues do exist between China and Korea. There could be differences of opinions concerning North Korea as well. There are differences of opinion concerning territorial issues between China and Japan as well. These instabilities could have an impact on each of our countries because it also impacts the utilization of marine resources such as undersea oil and gas. Therefore, we need to have a common understanding between our countries so that we can have a basis of law which would lead to a common understanding of the marine environment that will translate into marine security. Thank you very much.
감사합니다.
All right, thank you. And now then, Mr. Okasaka, please. Yes, hello. I am Okasaka from Kyoto News. Now, just like the Ambassador Tomita, I have also escaped from Seoul early yesterday, arriving to Chungcheong province, and then I have also looked around the Hemi Fortress. And so I have also been able to enjoy the romance of the Chungcheong province history. So thank you very much for your invitation. Now, as Professor Nishino has mentioned earlier as well, yes, the military force in this region and also of course, the Chinese military buildup. So depending on that, the Kyushu region of Japan, they are also continuing with the military buildup too. Now, Kyushu region is also included in the Yellow Sea region. And as was mentioned earlier, the Korean military buildup was also announced by the Korean government recently. Then also the North Korean nuclear missiles, of course, that goes without saying, so a big threat in this region. So then rather than trying to build peace in the region, we see that even more challenging situation is unfolding. I would like to then present my discussion in the way of raising some questions. Now, first is about disarmament and military cost control. So as was mentioned by the presenter, so for example, the Chinese military buildup and the modernization is one thing, and then also the Korean Navy. It is not only trying to get more military assets, also, for example, the nuclear-fueled submarines as well. So then we see that the security situations surrounding the LOC are actually being driven into even bigger crisis. Now, on one hand, yes, there would be some need for disarmament and also to curb military spending, but then now, in order to have some kind of institutionalization of the military cooperation, appears to be a long way off. So what do you believe can be the prerequisites for making that possible? So for example, what would be the easiest achieved disarmament or military spending cut? And then second is now the North Korean peace would be the key to creating peace on the Yellow Sea. Now then, to enable North Korea to participate as a normal state, so I also do agree with the need to do that so that North Korea can also participate in the dialogue. But then looking at the recent developments in North Korea, then we see that regarding the nuclear program and the missile program, they appear to prefer the top-down approach with the U.S. And of course, in the past, there has always been this kind of process to deal with North Korean nuclear program, for example, the six-party talks, but I do not believe that North Korea wishes to return to that. And then now MICTA was cited as an example that is being led by Korea, but given the U.S.'s absence, it appears to be failing to pique interest from North Korea. So if we can have good negotiations regarding the nuclear issues of North Korea, and if we can ease the economic sanctions against North Korea, then it is only then that we can expect North Korea to participate as a normal state. Now, if that is the situation, then perhaps we need to draw out North Korea to agenda that is not about nuclear issues. So, for example, regarding other agenda, maybe we can draw out North Korea to that first. Then perhaps that would be the starting point for broadening cooperation in the region. And MICTA also is consisting of some North Korea-friendly countries, so perhaps that could be made possible. So what do you believe are the carrots that could draw out North Korea to dialogue? And then also, in your presentation, you also talked about the roadblocks against the peace and the economic prosperity of the LOC. So, for example, some military buildup by Japan and so forth. But then now, my question to you is, if there is anything that Japan can contribute, what do you think they are? So, what can be Japan's contribution to cooperation in the Yellow Sea? And last but not least, now there's the U.S. presidential election not far away. And how do you believe that the outcome of the U.S. presidential election will affect the Yellow Sea region and the cooperation here?
기자
Well, thank you. Mr. Okasaka is a veteran reporter, and so he asked some great questions. Well, so we have the questions from Mr. Okasaka, and we also have questions from Professor Kim Kwang-suk of Incheon University, and his questions are similar to Mr. Okasaka's question concerning the arms race. Well, Korea has concerns about the normalization of Japan, but the Japanese participants also talked about how that we have the military capabilities in Korea, and if we are on course, then in 5 to 10 years, our military budget or defense budget will be larger than Japan. So the Moon administration continues to emphasize peace, but we are building our military budget. And so, how will this impact the Pan-Yellow Sea peace process? Professor Kim also asked another question that is very similar to Mr. Okasaka's question. How are we going to continue with denuclearization of North Korea? Another question is from the Danish embassy. We have Mr. Nina Morel Borrell. She is a doctor by training, and she's a health counselor at the Embassy of Denmark in Korea. So we can see how an advanced the country of Denmark is, because we don't have any counselors who are doctors. Maybe we could give her a big round of applause. The health counselor from the Embassy of Denmark in Korea.
네, 네, 우리 저 보엘 그 박사 참사.
Counselor Boel asked this question. So the Pan-Yellow Sea peace process is the topic, and how can European countries help in the peace process? That was one question. And we always talk about peace through health around the world these days. And so, in building peace, how can we have the role of the public health sector? So that's her second question. So maybe we can ask those questions to Professor Ko Bong-jun first. We will listen to his answers, and maybe we could ask the second question to Professor Kim Yong-hyun.
조 지사님.
And this is the question by Mr. Yang. So when it comes to the underwater tunnel, then China and Japan, will they see this as beneficial to their interests? So, well, perhaps not only Professor Kim, but also to Professor Wee Xiaohua and Nishino, maybe you can also take this question. And then also, what do you believe are the biggest hurdles or roadblocks against the underwater tunnel between the CJK? And also, militarily speaking, will there be any problems militarily? So now they say that there is the Cold War between the U.S. and China, and will the U.S. stand in favor of having this Korea-China underwater tunnel? So now actually experts have also come from CJK to discuss about the underwater tunnel. So I would like to raise this question. And then the last is a question to me. So this is from Mr. Tae of the AI Research Institute, and talking about how the cooperation is led not only by the central government, local governments also have a role to play, but then we want to do it, but then we don't have the budget, we don't have the legal authority, so how can we get around that? So I would like to take that question later on. Now then, I would like to first go back to Professor Ko to respond to the questions that was just raised. So first about the arms race and also the military spending and also the nuclear issue of North Korea, and also by Dr. Bo, so the public health, how can it help in building up the peace process?
예, 간략.
I will try to be as short as possible. These questions are very important, but it's difficult for me to give you clear-cut answers at this point in time. But there are points that I have also thought about in my studies. Well, the fact that we feel a need for arms control means that the military tension is building in this region. And so I don't think we can do arms control or arms reduction right away. But just like former Minister Lee has mentioned, we do already have the September 19th agreement between the two Koreas for arms reduction. And of course, this could be controversial, but I think during the last few years, we have been living without big aggravations. So what are some of the preconditions to arms control or arms reduction? Well, there could be various preconditions, but in a nutshell, if we were to go to reductions or control, any one party should not be impacted. For example, we need to have a way of making sure that the aggravation by one party will not impact the other party when this agreement is breached. So we have conducted various treaties to reduce traditional arms and conventional weapons. So we need to make sure that we have a common understanding of the preconditions through the discussions between experts. And in the process of denuclearization, how can we have North Korea cooperate? Well, if I had the right answer to this question, I don't think I would be sitting up here. What I can say is that the result of North Korea's denuclearization should be an issue that everyone should agree to. So all of the stakeholders should agree to what the result of denuclearization should be. Without that, then North Korea will feel like they are being asked to unilaterally give up their weapons. And so in order to persuade them, we need to have a common understanding amongst the stakeholders. Concerning public health and the relations with the peace process, well, I'm not a public health expert, so it could be difficult for me to answer this question. But in the end, health is an issue that can be shared by all people around the world. And can this become a public good? Well, I think in order to make health a public good, there could be various difficulties. For example, if the vaccines are developed for COVID-19 late next year, how can we have equitable sharing of the vaccines amongst different countries? And so you can see that there are still issues that can arise in the field of public health amongst different countries. We will now go to Professor Kim.
꺼내셨는데
Since you brought up the underwater tunnel between the CJK, so maybe you can elaborate a bit more about that? Yes, so this was the question to me, and yes, what I had been thinking was that now the Korean Peninsula could be a bridge country connecting the continent and the ocean. So I believe that that is the right direction for us. So President Moon is highly interested in this. I am a fervent advocate of this. But then if we are to look at the different segments, then the southern part of the Korean Peninsula, yes, of course, the land connection to the continent is also important, but then we could also have the underwater tunnel connection. So connecting south to the continent, and then now the northern side with the continent could be connected through railway, so land transport. And of course, the connection with Japan should also be considered in a different approach. But anyways, I believe that the basic approach should be as such. Then now for the CJK interest, I believe that Korea and China do have benefits to be gained from this underwater tunnel, and I believe that such benefits would be quite clear and concrete. And also the underwater tunnel, I believe, should be done. So maybe not immediately, but I do believe that it can be done sometime in the future. Because among the CJK, in terms of economically and also technologically, now it could bring about great benefits to all three countries and will be a win-win for all. But then especially for Japan, now because this will be the final destination for Japan, perhaps the underwater tunnel for them might not be as beneficial as it can be for the other two countries. So especially now for the economically speaking, also technologically speaking, when it comes to the underwater tunnel for CJK, I believe that it could bring about great benefits, great achievements. But now, yes, political hurdles. So someone mentioned the military roadblocks, for example. So then in terms of the political or the military hurdles, how are you going to overcome them? So basically, yes, we need to resolve the nuclear issues of North Korea for this to become a real possibility for us. And also, the U.S. was mentioned. And now basically what I believe is that the ROK-U.S. alliance and the Korea-China alliance, so we do not see them separately. In other words, one represents the right wing, the other represents the left wing. So the ROK-U.S. Security Alliance and the Korea-China Economic Cooperation, I believe that we need to have them both as the two wings for us. And right now, perhaps one would come before the other, but I believe that in the end, that should be the path that we should take. So then in such a case, then for the CJK underwater tunnel, then perhaps there could be some political factors or military factors, but we need to create the kind of environment that could be independent of the political or the military factors. And also in that process, if we could resolve the nuclear issues, then I believe that this can once again become a real possibility. And then now trying to convince the US or China in that process would be important not only for the future of the Korean Peninsula, but also for Northeast Asia on the whole, because we can give them the case about the future of not only the Korean Peninsula, but then also the Northeast Asian region. So we could try to convince them coming from the North Korea and Northeast Asia security or peace perspective. So now then, Dr. Moon, if you also have anything to add. Well, actually, now then, Professor Liu Xiaohua. Now then, regarding the underwater tunnel, then perhaps the gas pipeline now all the way from Daqing to Pyeongtaek or Tangjin. But then now, when it comes to underwater tunnel, is it also being discussed in China?
那个听到这个问题啊，说实在呢，我本人是
Well, now regarding the underwater tunnel, I myself have not had a chance to have an in-depth study, but then it reminded me listening to Professor Kim. I think it was about 10 years ago when there was a conference in Bandung, and that is when we were discussing the regional economic cooperation. That's where I heard about the proposal for the underwater tunnel. So it's great to meet you again today, despite this being online. Now, once again, I must give you my disclaimer that I'm not an expert on underwater tunnel. But then, when it was first proposed, I thought that maybe it's not too realistic, which was a thought that was shared by many scholars in China at the time. But then now, since then, many years have passed, and now we see that the CJK, they have built up their national strength, and also technologically there has been great advancement, so much so that now underwater tunnel does appear to be a real possibility. But of course, there has to be strategic coordination among the CJK to make this real. And that is because this is a large-scale project, so that it could also have an impact on the strategic alignment in this region. So yes, we need to have some strategic coordination among the CJK. And we also need to be mindful of the U.S. position, because the U.S. of course has its own ideas about this region. It also has the Indo-Pacific strategy being implemented. So if the U.S. Pacific strategy were to be followed, then Japan and Korea would also be asked to join. Then, so Against that backdrop, then the underwater tunnel between the three countries, what kind of political implications will this have for the neighboring countries or the neighboring powers, are something that we still have to consider a bit more. And I'm not sure who mentioned this just now, but then, yes, perhaps there could be less benefits to be gained by Japan. But then I believe that this kind of large-scale project, underwater tunnel, this is something that should be thought of in a longer-term perspective, not just from the perspective of immediate benefits to be gained. So I do believe that Japan will also be able to participate in this project from such long-term perspective. But then my concern would be the China-US tension and also the complexity of the situation in this region. So I believe that they would affect the decision making by Korea and China. Then going back to what I had mentioned earlier in my discussion, so if it is more macro or a strategic project, then yes, of course, I also agree to them. But then I did mention that we also need to look at more of the micro level issues. And that is because now for North Korea, regarding the regional security and peace, yes, of course, the Yellow Sea development, North Korea would also be a key player for the Yellow Sea economic development too. So we need to think about how we can encourage North Korea to take part in the dialogue and also at the same time to maintain the current policy or the strategic orientation, which is putting more priority on economic development. And also, we can give faith to North Korea by showing through actions. So in that sense, I believe that this underwater tunnel would be very important and would be beneficial, but we still have to be rooted in the real issues. In other words, North Korea is trying to help health response as it continues to try to boost economic growth. Then if we can come up with some concrete solutions for North Korea to achieve their own end, I believe that it would open up the possibility for North Korea to also join. Then, if we can promote cooperation and also promote trust among the different countries, then I'm sure that North Korea would also be able to discover the benefits to be gained from this tunnel. So I think it has a bright future.
Well, she dealt with the North Korea peninsula issue quite a bit, but rather than the undersea tunnel, she continues to mention that denuclearization of North Korea would be a premise for the peace process in this region. I think we have that consensus. From the Japanese perspective, what do you think about the nuclear issue of North Korea? Well, there are various perspectives in Japan as well, but I think in common that, as I have mentioned before, we need to take a look at whether North Korea is genuine about their efforts for denuclearization. And we need to have an agreement on the end state of denuclearization in order to know whether they are genuine about their intentions. And so we need to have an agreement about the end state, and we need to work in phases towards that end state. I think that would be an opinion by myself and other experts, but other security experts in Japan have a more hardline policy. And concerning the tunnel, Professor Li Xiaohua has mentioned something very accurate. Rather than prioritizing the tunnel itself, we need to work on reducing tension and threats in this region, and then we can think of physically connecting the region. And although this was not mentioned before, concerning the Indo-Pacific strategy, it really is a very important issue related to connection. And so I think we need to approach this with a big picture. Last but not least, the Indo-Pacific Initiative, is this targeting China from Japan and the US? Well, many people believe that the US and Japan are targeting China. That is true to some extent, but currently, the Indo-Pacific strategy, I think, can include China. So I think we need to focus on the inclusiveness of the Indo-Pacific strategy. Thank you. Well, Mr. Okasaka, you have dealt with the nuclear issue quite a bit, so what are your opinions? Although you're the one who asked the question. Well, during the Hanoi summit, I was covering it on site, and the standstill has existed ever since then. We need to wait for the US presidential election results, and I think we will need to come up with strategies after the election, including China, Japan, Korea, and the US together. Well, having studied the Pan-Yellow Sea peace process today, I can see that we need to start with the lower hanging fruits, for example, the issues that are not related to nuclear weapons. And so we need to start small so that we can build trust and expand cooperation. What about Ms. Liu Xiaotao? Since you have studied in North Korea, do you think they are genuinely interested in giving up their nuclear weapons? Well, I'm not fluent in Korean, so I will speak in Chinese. As I have mentioned before, I don't think North Korea will give up its nuclear weapons. It's an issue related to their security. But a few days ago, we had the presidential announcement. For example, the statement related to the peace treaty or the ceasefire treaty. So, if we take a look at the issue of the peace treaty, I think that discussion could lead to new opportunities. We are almost out of time.
도의회 김기영 의원님.
Well, now, first of all, Mr. Kim Gi-young of the Chungcheongnam-do Province Council, he actually raised a similar question to the head of the AI Institute. Actually, so that question is about the role of the local government, and I would say that we have to be more innovative. And also, a lot has been discussed earlier. So, for example, for the Pan-Yellow Sea region, now this is something that is similar to what Professor Yu Xiaohua has mentioned. So, from small to big, from concrete to bigger cause, and from narrative to action. Now, for Chungcheongnam-do Province, you have a lot of techniques and technology in agriculture, and you also have a cooperation with the Zhejiang Province of China with agriculture as well, and also Shizuoka Prefecture is a sister prefecture to you, so you have great advantages there. Then to North Korea, then perhaps the Chungnam Province can take the initiative in promoting cooperation in the CJK, and also the health response to COVID-19 is the interest of everyone, and also the Chungnam Province also has excellent hospitals. So, because the biggest success case in fighting off COVID-19 is China, followed by Korea, and also Japan is doing very well. So maybe the local governments can create a network against COVID-19 and also to try to help out North Korea as well. And not just the entirety of North Korea, perhaps the Hwanghae province. So you could have cooperation with Hwanghae province. Then also, yes, for the AI, artificial intelligence cooperation, I mean, the US will be highly resistant against that. But then still, China and Japan are also looking for technological cooperation quite a lot. So, for example, the Hebei province of China, so including the province, and also, of course, the ambassador Xing Haiming is here. But anyway, so the Beijing, Tianjin, and Hebei province can be connected together to create a. So they're trying to create a large economic zone linking all these three, and also because Chungnam province is a sister city to the Tianjin, and also we have the Taedak Industrial Complex, and so a lot of excellent R&D complexes here. So I believe that there is also a lot of possibilities. So basically, we need to be more innovative, to be combined with the determination to act. Then maybe we could gain more from minimal level of cooperation. So right now, we are. I believe that we can still have ample possibility for cooperation among the local governments of the CJK, and also try to encourage North Korea to participate. Of course, something big is important, but then we need to start small so that we can lead toward bigger achievements. So that is why getting started is the most important. And also, basically now, if there is the new Cold War to be made in this region, just like President Trump is wishing for, then the Yellow Sea will be a sea of military confrontation. So if we are to be included in the new Cold War fold, and think about this, like the THAAD regime and also the new missile defense. Now, if they are to be deployed on the Korean Peninsula, then China will think of us as a foe. Then the Chinese Dongfeng missiles would be headed our way. Then also, they would be more aggressive, and then also likewise for Japan. So I mean, there would be like encroachments against the Cadiz. Then again, so if there is new Cold War, then Yellow Sea will not be a sea of peace, but it will be a sea of war. So then, in that case, it's no longer the inter-Korea relations, but then this means that South Korea, will be at the front line of the new Cold War. So we need to make sure that that does not come true. So the local governments and the NGOs have an important role to play in preventing that. Of course, the situation now is not easy, and we need to have a very level-headed analysis of the current geopolitical situation. The second thing that I would like to emphasize is something that Professor Nishino has touched upon. So yes, we say that we are building up for peace. But let's say if we have the aircraft carrier, if we have the nuclear submarines, so these are strategic assets, meaning that this will trigger arms race in Northeast Asia. So now, then we might, compete against Japan. So we're going to outspend them. So let's say Japan is going to spend like 60 trillion. Then, well, we are spending 50 trillion now, but we want to outspend Japan, so we'll spend 60 trillion. Then China will try to outspend us. Then even if the U.S. were to leave this region, if we have this CJK arms race, then peace will not come our way. So again, we need to have deeper discussions among the local governments and the NGOs to see whether this is the right direction. So perhaps this is not the discussion for the central government, but I believe that the local governments perhaps can be more future-oriented in this issue to put a stop to this arms race, including North Korea. And now the third, denuclearization. Of course, this is not easy. And yes, of course, Professor Nishino made a good point. And also, Mr. Ms. Liu Xiaotao also has mentioned that North Korea believes that nuclear weapons are the only thing that is protecting their survival. So North Korea will not easily give up on their nuclear program. But then now, yes, the Punggye-ri, the nuclear base has been shut down, and they say that they are willing to give up on their nuclear program in the Yongbyon as well. So they are even willing to give up on their nuclear development facilities. But no, the U.S. has not accepted this. So they say that there has to be denuclearization first, complete denuclearization first for them to start something. Then North Korea is not going to accept that. So I believe that there has to be a more future-oriented approach. So perhaps there should be a parallel track for the U.S. and North Korea at the same time, and then build up on the process gradually. But for us to say that North Korea has to denuclearize first for something to happen, that I don't think is going to work. But anyway, so the Korean Peninsula situation is not easy because the U.S.-China hegemony struggle is getting more serious, and also the shadow of a new Cold War is looming, and also the North Korean nuclear program issue has not been resolved. And also there's a possibility of heightening tension on the Korean Peninsula, and whether we wish for it or not, there could also be confrontations between China and Taiwan in the South China Sea. So if that does happen, then the Yellow Sea, so peace on the Yellow Sea will not be possible. So we have to have a really level-headed look into the geopolitical situation in the Yellow Sea, and also especially for the local governments. So they need to take the initiative to create the momentum to turn the tide and to turn around the situation. And in that process, what is going to be the most important is the CJK cooperation. And the CJK cooperation, of course, at the central government level, because of a lot of the benefit calculation, maybe the central government might not find it easy to take the initial steps. But then I believe that for the local governments, they are in the position to take the initiative a bit more easily than the central government. So perhaps they could find a niche in this. And also, last but not least, this Chungnam province and this Pan-Yellow Sea Forum is very important because it is the only one of its kind. It's not being done by Gyeonggi province, not being done by Jeonnam province, so it is the only forum of its kind, this Pan-Yellow Sea Forum being held by a local government. Now, you know, the Jeju Forum, it has a 20-year history. It's one of the largest, the oldest, being held by Jeju Forum. And then I think following that is the Pan-Yellow Sea Forum that is probably the most successful. Then also the TMZ Peace Forum is being ideated by Governor Lee Jae-myung of Gyeonggi Province, so perhaps that could come into reality. But anyway, so I would say that the Pan-Yellow Sea Forum, this is very important, and also you have done a very good job of strategically positioning yourself in the Yellow Sea issues. So thank you very much for that. And also thank you to the speakers as well. Professor Ko, thank you. And also to the other panelists, the participants, thank you so much. Then also Professor Yu, thank you so much. And also Professor Nishino, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. And with that, we conclude the session.
네, 감사합니다. 환황의
Thank you very much. We look forward to the cooperation through the Pan-Yellow Sea peace process. Thank you very much to our moderator and speakers. Another big round of applause, please. This brings us to the end of the morning portion of our forum. Let me provide you with some housekeeping remarks concerning lunch. For the panelists and also the governor as well as the international participants, please visit space B for the lunch. And we would also like to invite the participants to the mealtime restaurants on the first floor for lunch. Also, we would like to ask you to mind your belongings and take them with you. We shall resume at 1:30 here at the Grand Hall, as well as Space A on the second floor. We have a total of 4 sessions for the afternoon. We look forward to your interest and participation. Please enjoy your lunch. Thank you for your participation.
잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후부터 번영
Some housekeeping remarks. We are just about to resume for Prosperity2 session. We would like to ask the moderator and panel to join us on stage. Thank you.
네, 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 사회자 및 발표자께서는 단상에 마련된 자리로 올라와 주시기 바라겠습니다. 네, 잠시 후 세션이 시작됩니다.
We are just about to resume for the second Prosperity session. We would like to ask you to please come inside and take your seats.
네, 번영 2 세션은 해양 생
Session 2 of Prosperity will be titled Ways of Cooperation with the Pan-Yellow Sea for the Restoration of Marine Ecosystem and Sustainable Use of Resources. This session will be moderated by Chairman Ho Jae-young of the Water Commission Support Department. Please welcome our moderator with a big round of applause.
예, 안녕하십니까. 저는
Hello, good afternoon. Well, I do wear several hats, but now at this time, I am the chairperson of the Presidential Commission on Water Support. I am also the president of the Chungnam National University. Now then, today we are here at the 6th Pan-Yellow Sea Forum, and now we have prepared a special session today. By special, I mean that we will be hearing not only from scholars, but also from those who are on the ground. So for example, the mayors, the county mayors of the counties that are adjacent to the sea. So we will be hearing from the ground and also hearing from the real experience. So we will first have a round of introductions. Now first, we have Dr. Yuk Kun-hyung, Senior Researcher of Marine Policy Research Division at the Korea Maritime Institute. We also have Mr. Kim Dong-il, Mayor of Poryong. We have Mayor of Seosan, Meng Jong-ho. Mayor of Dangjin, Kim Hong-jang. And Mayor of Seocheon, No Bang-rae. And Mayor Kim Seok-hwan of Hongseong. And last but not least, Mayor Ga Se-ro of Taean. Thank you very much. Now, Chungcheongnam-do province became interested in the sea not too long ago because it's always been there. So we fish and we also have aquaculture of seaweeds, and that was about it. But then now the Chungcheongnam-do province, I would say that one of its most precious resources is the sea. And today the topic, well, now we're here at the Pan-Yellow Sea Forum. So the Earth is that It is made up of the ocean combined with a number of continents. The continents are disconnected, but then the ocean is linked around the sea, around the world. So the ocean, the sea, is an important source of resources for us, and it is incumbent upon us to make sure that we utilize it in a sustainable manner. So then it is on that topic that we will be hearing from Dr. Yuk Kun-hyung, and we would also be hearing from the real experience of the mayors and county mayors. And also, time allowing, I would also like to go to the floor to listen to the members in the audience. So first, we'll hear the presentation for about 15 minutes and the panel discussion. Now, I have been specially requested to finish by 3 o'clock to be on time. So I would give 5 minutes to each of the mayors and the county mayors, and you could perhaps say a bit more, but then basically just please make sure that your time is 5 minutes. And then if you could keep to the time limit, then it would be very helpful for our punctuality. So now then, to Dr. Yuk, I would like to go to him for his presentation.
안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon. I will be presenting from my seat. As have been introduced, my name is Yuk Kun-hyung of the Korea Maritime Institute. As you're well aware, we are a policy research institute under the Prime Minister. 5 years ago, we moved to Busan. And when we moved to Busan, many people told us that Busan is the maritime capital of Korea. But as our moderator has mentioned, I think all of Korea is surrounded by the sea. So the sea is not just for Busan. So we are not really sure why we are in Busan. But I actually grew up in the Gadori Bay area, and I remember fishing at the bay. And so I always have fond memories of my hometown. Thank you very much for this invitation. My presentation mostly focused on the Chungnam area, but I would also like to cover the Chungnam area from the overall perspective of Korea. I will not be able to go into the details of this area. I hope that I can provide an overview for further discussions by the mayors of this region. I do have quite a thick deck of slides, but I will try to be as brief as possible. If we take a look at the overview, ever since the establishment of the Ministry of Maritime Affairs, even before that, we have been able to measure the area of wetlands and mudflats, as well as the plants that live there. But as you're well aware, Chungnam has a lot of mudflats, and there's not been a lot of change ever since 2000, as you can see in the chart. So it is being maintained quite steadily. And when people try to develop wetlands and mudflats, many people challenge this because there's a high awareness of the necessity of mudflats. Well, we have a high density of mudflats, and we have wide coastal lands. And if we take a look at the ecosystem and water quality, it's quite stable, and statistics tell us that the coastal waters are relatively good, with scores of level 1 and 2 being 78% of the overall waters. And near the Chungnam area, we don't have a lot of polluted waters. And if we take a look at the total number of species, we can see that we have the world's highest level of biodiversity per area. So you can see that we have research of species by different regions. And I think the number itself is not as meaningful as the diversity. And please take a look at my slides in your proceedings to take a look at the actual figures. And obviously, this area is very important for biodiversity. But how do we view this area of mud flats? On the bottom, you can see the area of protected land. You can see that a lot of the protected land have not been designated as national parks, and this is closely linked to the private ownership of land. But you can see that we have had quite a bit of protected marine areas that have been designated. The Kadorim Bay as well as the Seocheon Mudflat are all protected areas. You can see that we have protected areas across the Chungnam area. We do have more pollution incidents, but it is not increasing by significant amounts. Given this condition, the population, if you take a look at the population, about half of the population lives in the coastal zones. The 4 major rivers actually take up a lot of area, but if we take a look at the population, half of the people live in the coastal zones. And 3/4 of Korea's industrial complexes are located along the coast. Based on this is what I wanted to mention. If you take a look at population, we are seeing a decrease in coastal population, especially in rural areas. There are 2 reasons. First, if we take a look at mudflats, for the mudflats in the coastal areas, they have not had meaningful changes in population. The changes is within 1%, but what is important is the aging of the population. The graph on the bottom shows the aging. You can see that in 2015 up until 2019, aging continues to increase. And it seems that some areas have extreme speeds of aging, especially in the coastal areas. Here you can see the population for the coastal areas of Chungnam. You can see that the population is quite steady. There are not many changes. But the biggest issue is aging of the population in the coastal areas of Chungnam. You can see on the graph on the bottom that aging is happening at a very high speed. Let's go into some details. So how many people live in these areas? If we take a look at the number of fishing households, you can see that it's declining. And the people in fisheries is also decreasing. You can see that aging is also significant in fishing households as well. The fishing household income is actually increasing. Of course, maybe in 2020 the data would be different, but the household income is increasing. And if we take a look at the household income, we can divide that into fishing income and non-fishing income. And we will see that the non-fishing income is increasing, but the fishing income is decreasing. So overall, the fishing household income is increasing, but you can see that the fishing industry income is decreasing. As you're well aware, fishing can be divided into aquaculture and sea fishing, and much of the fishing is being switched over to aquaculture, especially in dried seaweed aquacultures. Here you can see fishing villages. If you take a look at the Cheonnam area, they have almost half of all fishing village cooperatives, and Chungnam only has about 4%. What is interesting is that within the data for fishing village cooperatives, on the upper right corner, you can see that the number of members per cooperative is the highest in Chungnam. You can see that for Chungnam, there are more than 100 members per cooperative. And on the bottom, you can see the actual numbers. We actually have about 120,000 fishing population, and you can see that 1% of them is the change that is recorded for Chungnam. And this is the only area where the fishing population is increasing, although it's only by 1%. That is quite unique. In the Chungnam area, we can see that because there's an increase in the fishing population, that there is a good environment for fishing households in the Chungnam area. Let's take a look at the utilization. So here is the festivals at mudflats around the country. We see that there are only 17 festivals related to mudflats, but of the 17, what is important is that a bulk of these festivals are in Chungnam. There are only 1 or 2 festivals in the capital area, but from Muchangpo to Seocheon to all areas across Chungnam, there are festivals. And there are less festivals in other provinces. And so, because of locational aspects, Chungnam has a great asset of mudflat festivals. So I have taken a look at the current status, and there are some trends that I would like to mention, although we cannot go into details of some of the policies abroad. What can we benchmark? We sometimes utilize microorganisms to manage the coastal areas. Well, we need to make sure that we do not have contamination in these coastal areas if we are to enjoy these areas for tourism and also for fisheries. So in the future, what changes can we anticipate? These are some thoughts on our minds at the Institute, and I would like to divide them into social, technical, economic, environmental, and political. Although we cannot go into details, let's take a look at some of the overheads. So we can see that there's a widening gap in demographics across regions, and there's a growing awareness on quality of life. In terms of technology, we have the 4th industrial revolution that is emerging, so many people are thinking about how to use technologies and data. In terms of the environment, although we did experience the Hebei vessel incident, we still have a long way to go in finding environmental solutions. For example, the fuel used is not bunker C oil, but these oils are lighter and they are more inflammable. So the vessels that actually transport these oils, they have to have different standards. They should not have standards of simply wiping the oil out because it is not fit for these lighter oils. In terms of politics, we see the increase of civic participation as well as stronger cooperation with other local autonomies. And in the last part of my presentation, I would like to talk about mudflats. What are some of the policies that are being placed? So we have a system called Clean Mudflat System. Mudflats are very important for fisheries, and although it is very important, we have no information on whether these mudflats are clean or not. And therefore, through this system titled Clean Mudflat System, we have a system where we can see whether these mudflats are clean, and if they are clean, then we can deem the fisheries from these mudflats to be clean as well. This year and next year, we believe that this system will take root. And so the basic concept is clean mudflats for clean fisheries. We will be using various figures related to contamination to share that information with the public. And we will integrate various accreditation programs related to fisheries with this clean mudflat system. In the south Sea, there is a FDA designated sea area. And so the FDA officials from the US would actually come to this area and check if they are clean. And the fisheries from this area would be exported to the US. And so I think this is something that we should take interest in as well. So these are some references. Let me talk about restoration as well. For about a decade now, we have conducted small-scale projects, usually more about seawater circulation through man-made structures, and also to remove connecting roads or old embankments or removing outcrops, or regenerating mudflats and enhancing the areas for tourism. We have conducted regeneration projects that have created better views for visitors. And so the last picture is the most recent. And this is a part that I would like to mention. The Nakdong River is opening up the fisheries, and when we open that up, then many people think about saltwater infiltration. But we also need to think about whether the fishing households can adjust to this new environment. And I'm sure that the Punam Lake is also concerned about this issue as well. This is an area where we're actually leading the national government, and we need to find ways to conduct saltwater damage restoration. And sometimes we think about whether we need to reverse reclamation by purchasing land. This is an area in the southern coast of Korea, and you can see that rice paddies are right next to the sea. This sea is actually not salt water. This is next to the sea, but actually they do not have infiltration of salt water. This is due to the coastal forest that actually pushes out the salt water towards the sea. And so you can see that, as you can see in the upper right corner, there is a deep storage of fresh water that actually pushes out the seawater. And so the Punham Lake, although the area is very large, I think we can find some technical ways to prevent saltwater damage by using methods that have been used in other areas of Korea. I also mentioned that there is a lot of festivals related to mudflats, and I think we need to institutionalize the eco-tourism in this area. Many of the experience tours have been focused on finding clams in the mudflats, and so it actually destroys the mudflats. But we can see that these tourisms are not linked to the fishing villages, and so we actually need to upgrade our systems to make sure that they are eco-tourism programs. And because Chungnam has a large portfolio of festivals, I think you have an institution in place that can help you lead ecotourism. I'm almost at the end of my presentation. Because we're talking about the pan-Yellow Sea, we do have room for cooperation in Northeast Asia, especially if we take a look at Germany or the Netherlands. There is the sea called Baden Sea, and actually, there was a tripartite agreement related to fur seal, and that actually led to tripartite cooperation even now. And so fur seals were a very low-hanging fruit for the three countries to collaborate and create a joint national park to protect fur seals. And I think the fur seals in Korea could be a link for us to join with China. Before World War II, there were some conventions between Russia and the US for conservation, and we can benchmark those conventions. Our close neighbor, Japan, also has conservation activities for loggerhead turtles with the US and China. Although China, Japan, and Korea are close together geographically, we don't have any conventions joining us together to conserve the environment. Although the relations are being strained right now, I think conservation could be a good starting point for cooperation. As I mentioned before, China has a large pool of experts related to fur seals, and there is high interest within the country for fur seals. So we can collaborate for conservation, and especially related to ecotourism, there's a lot of room for cooperation. And if we cooperate, then we would meet more often, and in the long term, we could also have an international treaty related to these issues. I had a very vast topic, but I did try to speak as fast as possible. Thank you very much for your attention.
그 충청남
All right, thank you. Yes, the Chungcheongnam-do province. So I would say that from some time ago, 7-8 years ago. So in that time, there was the office of the Chungcheongnam-do Province Balanced Development Office. So then they have been so centered on this office. They have been focusing on the development of this coastal region. And also recently, there was also the international conference on the coastal area development. So now I see that for this province, the valuable resource, the west coast of Chungcheongnam-do province. So the question now is how we can better manage this resource, I would say. So now, and I believe that from the perspective of demographics, I think it also would change how we see the coastal region. So thank you very much for the presentation. And also, when we talk about the coastal area, then we oftentimes think that it has nothing to do with the land, but then it is highly affected by the land, meaning that what comes from the land. So for example, the polluting materials coming from the land, it would also affect the water quality. So he also talked about how we can better manage the pollution sources. So not just the ocean itself, but then also the land areas, and then also the ocean and the estuary. So it is the entirety that we have to manage. And he also talked about the clean mudflat project.
일반적으로
And so that actually is about mudflat restoration. And so he mentioned that we need to make an effort for mudflat restoration. He also talked about the embankment. We are conducting experiments in the Nakdong River, but the Kumgang River also has an embankment that we can test. It cannot be solved overnight. It is a long-term issue that we need to solve together. And when we finish these projects, then we can open a very important industry of ecotourism. And so we would need the cooperation of China and Japan along with Korea. And he mentioned that we would need a cooperative body to move forward. We will now go into the designated discussants for their comments and discussions. First, we have with us Mayor Kim Dong-il of Poryong.
예, 인사 올리겠습니다. 김동일입니다.
Hello, yes, I am Kim Dong-il. Now, I've been thinking since sitting here, now the West Coast and also the Pan-Yellow Sea county mayor. So being a mayor of such a county right next to the West Sea, I feel truly fortunate and lucky. I mean, because we get to decide what we can do about the sea in the future. So it is also highly rewarding. And that is because when we see the nature, the environment, and I think everyone now feels that the way it used to be is the best. Because once we touch the nature, we destroy them, then it comes back to whom? to all of us, to those starting from those near the nature. Then now a lot of us are now thinking that, well, we are repenting. We are thinking that, well, we shouldn't have touched it. We should have just left it alone. So I believe that that is the biggest homework and the challenge given to us today. So now against that backdrop, I'd like to say a few words about my county, Poryong, the city of Poryong. Now, a few years ago, it was about 330,000 square meters, and then now in 2020 came down to about 300,000 square meters. And then also the Chungcheongnam-do province overall, it also shrunk by the same percentage in the same period. So we see that the mudflat area, the wetland, is shrinking. So now then we have been having this discussion with the county mayors and also to do some research to find out the causes of the wetland shrinkage and also to think about how we can preserve the mudflat area. Now, it is actually quite a strange phenomenon. Now, in the east coast and the south coast and also on the west coast, so the fish that the maritime resources that are being fished in the respective ocean, well, they taste different. And I think that has a lot to do with the mudflat. So, for example, the fish caught in Incheon and then the fish caught in the west coast, they taste different. And I think that has a lot to do with the mudflat and also the ecosystem, the surrounding ecosystem. So that is also very important. Now, for example, there is the Mujangpo area mudflat restoration project. So now a lot of people think that, well, because the sand is being eroded, so then maybe we should just have this dike to preserve the sand from washing away. So they have built up this dike. But then still, now in the Muchangpo beach, now the sand kept getting washed out. So then, instead of just having a dike, now we are trying to restore the mudflat area. So it would cost about 7 billion won. And then now, once we are done with this, then we are convinced that we will be able to preserve and also actually restore the sand in the Muchangpo beach. And then also in the Chukdo, I'm sure that many of you also have been there to the Chukdo. And then now from the levee, so we would build up the levee and then so actually what they have done is they have the levee blocking the waterway. So what happens is that the mudflats that flank the levee, what happened there is they are deteriorating. I mean, the color is changing, and so they are not really being preserved. So we also have to open up the waterway. So then it's going to cost about 7 billion won in order to do that. And by opening up the waterway, then we would let the water flow, the seawater to flow, and then we can make sure that the mudflats can be their natural selves. So that would be with the budget of 7 billion won. So we have been talking to the governor about this, and now it is about to get started. But then now this is actually going to cost a lot of the local government's budget. But anyway, so we have got the attention of the governor, so we would be going ahead with this. So I believe that what is important is to just leave things as they are. So to leave them as they are would be the best way of environmental preservation. And also, this is something that I have an agreement with the governor, and that is about the Poryong City. Well, the Poryong City, now we also have the dike, and then now the water quality is about 5 or 6 grade. And 5 or 6 grade water quality, I mean, this is not even suitable for agricultural water. So then for the Poryong Lake, so we are going to also reform the pipes around it to make sure that we will be able to improve the water quality. This is also a wish by all of the residents. But then, for example, the Jeonnam province, Suncheonman, and then also the In the Netherlands, there's also a similar project. So they have also seen how they can be effective. Now, in order to make this possible, then we also need to have the support from the Agriculture and Fishery Administration, but then also the investment that is needed. So in the process of initiating this project, now because of the budget that is required, so that is not going to be easy. But then I believe that when it comes to environmental restoration project, we need to make bold decisions. So, I mean, for us to improve the environment and also to improve the water quality, then it is something that requires bold decision making to make sure that we can go back to what it used to be, to go back to the natural self. That would be one way of natural preservation. So that would be protecting the environment, and also to make sure that the nature or the natural degradation will not come back to haunt us and haunt the human health. So we also have the city mayors here with us. But anyways, I do hope that we will be able to join forces. So not just the Punam-ho Lake, but also I believe that the Poryong-ho Lake, that is actually, it is more urgent to do some restoration work there. So I do hope that that can happen as soon as possible. And also over lunch, we also had a lot of talk with the fellow county mayors. And now we see that we have also had some damages coming from the typhoons, but then the photovoltaic, it has also had a lot of impact so far. And then now for the Poryong-ho Lake, now the number 1 and 2 power plants, now it's about a 1 gigawatt power plant capacity, and that they are about to be shut down. And now because of the fine dust and also the environmental issues, now many say that we need to move away from the declining industry, which is the coal, and then move on to PV or wind power. And so many are saying that we need to use more of renewable energy sources. Now for the Poryong-ho Lake, now we were scheduling to use this until 2025, but then from the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Commerce, so now, there is also going to be about 6 trillion won investment into the different regions to have the PV power plant in the capacity of about 1 gigawatt. Anyway, so we are part of that project. Anyway, so then as a result of that, the fishery regions, now the fishery villages, now they would also be losing some of their fishing areas. So they are also quite concerned about this. But now, the windmill, the turbines. So the distance is about 1 kilometer, and it is about 130 meters in height. So then to build up the wind turbines, and then because it is within a diameter of 1 kilometer, so if we can also allow the fishing activities inside this distance, then well, they say that after building up the windmills, then more fish were coming. So they say that actually they had a better time fishing there. So I hope that maybe we can have a private-public consultation body to have ongoing consultations and consensus so that we can move on from the coal-fired power plant to windmill. And I believe that that is going to be a very viable alternative to the power plants 1 and 2 being shut down. And also, now this morning I met someone and he said that he was a fisherman for 22 years. But he's never seen the fishing zones so active as it has been this year. So we need to have a very vibrant fishing zone and fishing areas to also enliven the local economy. So then we need to iron out the differences between the fishermen and the governments when it comes to the fishing zones, and we have to make sure that the project is undertaken not by the public sector alone, but between the public and the private sector. Now, Poryong City, now we are also heavily reliant on mud. So we have had the mud festival, which was in its 23rd year this year. And then now this year, because of the COVID-19, we had an online festival, and we were concerned about the success of this. But then now we had participation by 1.4 million people. So the mud festival in Poryong was the first of its kind in Korea, and this really showed the way of how a big festival is being done. So this has set a very good example. And then now many say that they are following suit with online festival. So those who have been to the mud festival in Poryong, total 45 million people, 3.5 million came from overseas, and they said that the contribution to the local economy was over the value of 1 trillion won. So this is the data that was announced at the Korea Tourism Conference. And then now in 2022, now together with the Chungcheongnam-do Province Governor and the Poryong City, we are now preparing a environmental ecosystem festival in 2022. So then, in this case, it's not just about having a party or a festivity, but then it's also about turning this into an industry. So how this is one of the essential elements of human survival, so that we can also turn this into an industry and also to turn Poryong into one of the most festive cities in the world. So we would do our best to turn this into a success in 2022. So then with the mud industry developing, and then now linking to this, we are also trying to promote the maritime tourism and maritime industry as well. So by doing so, we can also develop a comprehensive package of ecosystem, including the mudflats and the maritime tourism. And by doing so, the local governments in the Yellow Sea region can also further promote their local economy. Thank you.
지장님은
Thank you very much for your remarks on how the mudflats are decreasing, and he talked about how we should have a joint investigation of the reasons and also the responses. What was quite impressive is that the quality of the fisheries is directly connected to the quality of mudflats. So he talked about the Muchangpo Area Restoration Project and the Chukdo Island project. And he also talked about the Poryong Lake area. Well, actually, we were interested in the Poryong Lake a few years ago, but now all of the interests are in the Punam Lake, and I think we would need a policy decision. Most of the concerns are related to the cost of restoration, and so I think we need to make a decision together. He also mentioned the PVs and the Mud Festival. 1.4 million people participating. That is quite a large number, probably more than expected. Next year will be the 25th Mudflat Festival. We look forward to a very successful festival next year. Thank you for your remarks. Next, let's go to Mr. Meng Jong-ho, Mayor of Seosan. I am Meng Jong-ho, Mayor of Seosan, as have been introduced. I would like to also present seated in my chair. Well, within the Chungdam-do province, we have hosted the Pan-Yellow Sea Forum for 6 years. Chungnam has been interested in maritime affairs for the last 6 years, as shown by the title of this forum. In the beginning, we wanted to create a new coastal capital We wanted to attract new maritime-related industries, and that is why we started this forum. Pan-Yellow Sea is in the limelight currently. Europe was the axis of the world in the past, and then we also had the Pacific axis with the US and Europe leading the world. Many futurists believe that in the future, the center of the world may become the Pan-Yellow Sea. And so personally, I wanted to think about the meaning of Pan-Yellow Sea. And I may be off topic today, but peace, coexistence, and prosperity should be the value of Pan-Yellow Sea. And if we take a look at the West Sea, the title says Leap Today, but I think it's a new discovery. Thus far, we were not aware of the value of the coastal areas, but now we are rediscovering new values, and we are challenging ourselves to this new challenge. And so the Pan-Yellow Sea area for Chungnam is probably the value of rediscovery and new leap forward. Well, I'm the mayor of Seosan, and you may be thinking, why is he talking about the sea? We actually have a small piece of sea. It's the Garorim Bay and the Cheonsu Bay. The Cheonsu Bay has been reclaimed, and so half of that lake is now used for farming. But that actually is a well-known area for migrational birds, and our bays are blessed with diversity. Although we don't have a large sea area in Seosan, Cheonsu Bay and Garorim Bay in Seosan are very meaningful in Korea. Concerning Cheonsu Bay, we have with us Mayor Kasero of Taean, and I believe that he will be talking about it. So I will be talking about the Garorim Bay. Garorim Bay is Korea's first protected area for marine species. It's the largest of its kind. In the past, I'm sure the marine biodiversity was even higher. This Garorim Bay went through its ups and downs. It had great maritime value, but it was also a destination for tidal power. And because of that, there were many conflicts between the government and the people, and amongst the people as well. And in 2004, during the oil leak, President No said you need to do everything to protect the Garorim Bay. And so Garorim Bay is indeed full of scars from past conflicts. I believe that this area could be a symbol for sustainability, and I believe that it should be reborn as a new destination for ecosystem. And that is why we are conducting the Garorim Bay Water Garden Project. We have been selected for the feasibility tests, and we look forward to high scores, but we are quite nervous about the results. According to our evaluations, the value of the water garden, we believe, will be about 400 billion won, and we believe that that area will be worth about 100 billion won additional due to tourism. And so we believe that we will be able to have over 4 million visitors visiting just because of the water gardens.
And so the value is great, and we believe that it could be even more valuable than the Suncheon Bay. We look forward to the feasibility test being successful, and we look forward to your interest and support as well. In order for this project to be stable, we need to attract the Green New Deal project. We need to be included in the Green New Deal project, and if the Karorim Bay project can be included, then I believe that we can actually have a more sustainable project into the future. At Seosan, for restoration of coastal areas, we are making various efforts. We are conducting mudflat restoration projects such as the Gopado mudflat near the Karorim Lake, and this is being conducted by the Ministry of Environment, and Ungdo mudflat is also being restored. The Karorim Bay was the start of all of these projects. And these projects are the largest mudflat restoration projects in Korea. And we believe that if they are successful, then we can expand them across the country. So we hope that our 2 mudflat restoration projects will be successful and become a model for others across the country. Well, since we have many projects related to coastal areas, there are some concerns as well. Each period in our history had their own logic. We had reclamation projects that were needed at that time. And now we are working on restoring mudflats, and we are working on restoring biodiversity, and we have our own contemporary logic. And so I think we need to become humble in front of our history. How should we become humble? I think we need to become humble not only in front of Mother Nature, but also before the local community. When we actually conducted policy decisions, most of these decisions were made by a select few. It was the same for reclamation decisions. And although we live in different times, we still lack communication with the local communities to the extent that should be needed. My opinion with the mayor of Poryang is a little bit different, is because we need to persuade the local community and win their understanding and win their hearts so that we can reflect their wisdom for the future. And that would make our projects future-oriented and not just projects for the contemporary logic. And so when we conduct projects, we need the participation of the local communities. I wanted to mention that. In order to open the Pan-Yellow Sea era, Chungnam-do Province is working very hard, and I look forward to these projects being successful. And Korea will be at the center of Pan-Yellow Sea. Chungnam will be at the center of Korea, and we believe that this will happen through the West Sea. I look forward to everyone here today working together for the future of Chungnam. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
맹정호 서산시장님 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for that. So that was Mayor Meng Jung-ho of Seosan. So he talked about rediscovering the value of the maritime resources, and also I do hope that the ocean garden of the Karorim Bay can be successful, and perhaps it could be included as one of the Green New Deal project. Then also he talked about the Gopado Island project, and also how we need to be humble in front of nature, but also we need to keep our humility for our citizens as well. And also the tidal wave power generation at Karorimman Bay. So that actually came to a standstill, I think, 5 years ago, so 5 or 6 years ago. Now, at that time, there were some conflicts between the residents of Seosan and Taeangun County, and the Chungcheongnam-do province worked hard to iron over the differences, and it seems as if now the conflicts have come under the surface, but still, yes, so of course it is a national project, but also it is a local project too. So I believe that communication with the local residents would be very important. So I'm sure that the mayors also do feel and recognize such necessity from on the ground. So now then, I would like to move on to Mr. Kim Hong-jang, the mayor of Tangjin. Greetings to you all. Now the topic of peace and prosperity is the theme of this 6th Pan-Yellow Sea Forum. So it's great to see this forum being held, especially in this beautiful season, together with the members from Japan and China as well. Now, the ocean is and has always been an important bedrock of survival for humanity. It also brings us many beautiful things. Likewise for Korea, Chungcheongnam-do province and the city of Tangjin, along with the call of the time, we have also seen many changes, both positive and negative, I would say. Now, the city of Tangjin, I always call it the, let's say, the compact version of Korea, because we have the large industrial complexes, we also have large cities and agricultural areas, so it is being developed as a urban and rural region. So we also have good reclamation areas and now produce quality rice. So we are the #1 producer of rice in Korea. And thanks to the reclaimed land, we also created a 10 million pyong area of industrial complex with about 10,000 companies in there. And then we also have the machinery industry that is very well developed. Then also there is the Hyundai steel plant and also the Dongseok power plant. Right now it's only about #3, but then up until a few years ago, we used to have the #1 sized coal-fired power plant in Tangjin. So in the 60s and the 70s, and also the coastal area. So now actually the mudflats, now we have lost about 30% of the mudflat area in the past few decades. So now regarding the value of mudflats, yes, the mayor of Poryong talked about it, and I agree. So there are 3 large lakes, and all 3 are reclaimed areas. So Sapgyoho and also the Daehoho, it is adjacent to the Seosan city, and then also the Sangmyoho Lake. Now it is within the jurisdiction of Tangjin. But then because of the blockage from the sea, so we see that the maritime resources have changed and also the mudflats have died away. So then together with the local government and the NGOs, we believe that we actually need to go to the roots of the problems. In other words, in order to restore the mudflats, then we also have to make sure that the reclamation projects would go into restoration projects after a number of discussions. But then because of the economics and also the efficiency, we have not been sufficient and also adequate in having discussions about the reclamation projects. So yes, of course, economics and efficiency are also good, but then we also need to have a longer-term perspective and remember the beauty of the mudflats, and also to have a more vibrant discussion and more serious discussions about how we are going to make better use of the resources that are offered by the mudflats. So then starting from the Pan-Yellow Sea Forum and the 6 county and city network, we need to continue to have this discussion. and also not only the Chungcheongnam-do province, but also the Gyeonggi-do province, and also the Jeollanam-do province, and then also the Dantung and Cheongdu of China. So the cities that are adjacent to the West Sea, so in the Yellow Sea, we also need to have an ongoing discussion regarding this. Now, Boryong mayor said that the water quality is about 5 or 6 grade, but then in our case, the water is about grade 4. So again, not adequate for agricultural water, but we still have to use it for agricultural purposes. So quite unfortunate. So now the Sapgyeho Lake, it is adjacent to Asan, and Daeho is adjacent to Seosan. And because of that, the citizens' acceptance or also the stakeholders. So we need to have discussions among various parties. But then, so if that is not going to be easy, then perhaps the Songmunho Lake, which is in our in our jurisdiction, maybe we can have the discussion about the reverse reclamation. So the Songmunho Lake, now this is actually being managed by the Rural and Agricultural Administration, but I believe that if we can have good discussion between them and the Dangjin city, then we will be able to go ahead with this project. Also, because the land itself belongs to the state, I'm sure that this will be quite helpful in enabling reverse reclamation. By doing so, we can preserve the mudflats and also protect the maritime resources. Unless we resolve this issue, then now the local governments are also releasing like the shelves and the different types of fishery into the water, but then now this is not being managed either. So we don't know how they're surviving, whether they're thriving or not. So this is causing a vicious cycle. So I believe that we need to get to the root of the problem in order to make sure that this is also being done well. So that is all for my comment. Thank you.
예, 김홍장 당진시.
Thank you very much, Mayor Kim Hong-jang. Mayor Kim talked about this area about twice to me as well, so it's to be included in the reverse reclamation area, but I think we have not been able to deal with area in detail yet. The Sapgyo Lake and the surrounding area, we do need to find solutions. In order to do the reverse reclamation, we need to conduct the business case analysis, and that's why it's always very difficult. But we need to take on another perspective. Even if we do the BC analysis, we need to think about future value, and that is a new perspective. And if we take on that alternative perspective, then I think the economic feasibility controversy can be solved. And Mayor Kim of Boryong also mentioned that there should be an administrative consultative body for this area connecting the 6 cities and counties, because there is no clear-cut borders at sea, and so we do need a consultative body. And taking that a step forward, we also need cooperation between the local autonomies within the Pan-Yellow Sea region. I think the cities and counties can conduct this, but I think the Chungcheongnam-do province should lead these consultative bodies between the local governments in Korea or the local governments in the Pan-Yellow Sea region as you are hosting the forum. Not only Dangjin, but I think many of the provinces and the central government is making an effort related to this issue that you have mentioned. And since I am the chairperson of the Water Commission Support Department, I will also take a look at this issue and try to find any support that can be provided. Next, we would like to invite Mayor No Bang-rae of Seocheon. Thank you very much. I am No Bang-rae of Seocheon. Thank you very much for this learning opportunity.
Well, the COVID-19 is changing the world. And if we take a look at literature, many people are emphasizing the importance of climate change and how we need to change our attitude towards climate change. In my city of Sachon, we have 80 kilometers of coastal land, and I would like to make 2 points concerning the embankments, and second is about the damage in the maritime resources that need to be restored. In my area of Sachon, it's actually well known for our industries. For example, we had the railways from the Japanese colonial time, and we had refineries. And we have had those factories for 60 years, and it was a great economic effect. But as time passed by, it did leave us with a devastating environment. This industry actually is about melting the resources and refining that into different precious metals. And in that process, pollution happened not only on land and water, but also air. So it polluted the area surrounding the factories. And we have analysis on the different impact according to the distance from those factories. And these factories went past its heyday, and now all we're left with is the pollution. Before I go into that, I would like to talk about mudflats. Well, when I visited the eastern coast for training as a government official, I always could see the blue ocean in the eastern coast. And in the background, we would see the mountains. And everybody would see how great the East Coast is, how beautiful it is, compared to the mudflats of the West Coast, because the mudflats would make the ocean look quite brown. But now I have different thoughts. In Sachon, we have a lot of mudflats. In Shinhan, Gochang, and Suncheon, Sachon, these 4 towns are known for our mudflats. And Sachon is in front of the Changhang Sea, and we have migratory birds that live in Siberia that stop by at our area before they go to New Zealand or Australia. So that is why we are well known as a major hotspot for migratory birds. In Korea, especially in Sachon, we don't value migratory birds in the past, but now we know how precious these birds are, and in extension, how precious our mudflats are, because it's a feeding ground for these birds. And so we are looking forward to being inscribed as a UNESCO Natural Heritage, although it's being delayed because of COVID-19. So we have a large area of mudflat, and it's being protected under a treaty. And we are continuing to talk to the local communities, consult the local communities, and persuade them to participate in the Ramsar Convention. And we have high acceptance of our conservation activities. Through the mudflats, we need to protect the environment, protect the birds, and we also look forward to income from tourism and also fisheries from the better environment. Second, I did talk about the refineries. The area surrounding the refinery is completely devastated. And in the U.S., during the presidential election, they always talk about the Rust Belt in the U.S. Well, we already have that Rust Belt in our region. We call that the brown field. And so that whole area is called a brownfield. And we have the support of the local government and the central government. And we have spent 300 billion to restore this area. And some of the land was purchased from the private owners so that we can restore the area. After restoration, how can we utilize this land? We are discussing this with the Chungnam-do province. And brownfields refer to land that is devastated, that's turned brown. But we want to create a project of turning this brownfield into a world-class wetland. And just like Mr. Meng has mentioned, we would like to conduct a restoration project, and we hope that we could be included as a national project. So we have had massive investments into this area, and we will need even more investments. But we hope that we can turn this area around so that we can create a land that is environmentally friendly for the people and for the environment. And so what is the purpose of all of this? This is an area where the fresh water meets the salt water. We want to create that merge. Well, you talked about how the embankment of the mouth of the river in Nakdonggang was blocked, so the fresh water and the salt water were not merging as it should naturally. Well, we would like to restore that so that the salt water from the West Sea and the fresh water of the Kumgang River can merge in our area to create a rich ground for biodiversity. We also have a fossil fuel powered generation plant. These generation plants, they have been closed down because they are no longer in operation because they are outdated. But now we have opened another plant. When we opened the plant 30 years ago, we used land that used to be a great beach, and so we actually reclaimed the beach to build the generation plant. And we are building a new generation plant, and the local community wanted us to restore this beach where the old generation plant was built. And so we have dismantled the generation plant, and we are in the process of restoring it to a beach. And we believe that it will cost about 50 billion won. Of course, it is a large price tag, but we will be able to restore the natural environment of the past, which can translate into further income for the local community. And added to that, we can enjoy better health and also rest in our everyday lives using that piece of land. So the central government is supporting our investment into this beach. So we need to protect the maritime species and biodiversity. And we will continue with the restoration and conservation efforts. And we need to raise awareness together. And I believe that this forum will be even more significant when we win this awareness. Thank you very much for everyone's presentations and remarks, and I'm very happy to join you here today. Thank you very much.
네, 노방래 소청구신.
Thank you very much, Mayor No Bang-nae. The issue of the refinery is a very serious issue. But nature is quite powerful because it can actually restore itself. When we don't fertilize the environment, we just let it be, especially the mudflats. But the mudflats continue to produce. issues arise when we do not leave it alone. And so, restoration of mudflats, it actually means that we are going to leave it as it is in its most natural environment. I'm sure that you are well aware, during the last general election, two candidates from the Saemangeum area had made a pledge to do circulation of salt water, and that was the pledge that won the National Assemblyman his seat. And there was a press conference related to that, and we do have some conclusions related to some feasible methods. So the Saemangeum area and Seocheon, they're inevitably connected together. So I hope that that will be a good sign for all of us. You also talked about mudflat restoration and how you can do that to protect the environment and also to make the environment healthier. And you talked about the area in the surrounding the refinery and how you are conducting the restoration projects for the refinery so that it could become a wetland. And so the beach is being restored and the mudflats are being restored. Thank you very much.
다음에는 우리
And now moving on to the next panelist, who is Mr. Kim Seok-hwan, Mayor of Hongsong County. Yes, hello everyone. I am Kim Seok-hwan from the county of Hongsong. So today, yes, we have President Ho Jae-young of the university, and also Dr. Yuk Gun-hyung, and also the mayors and the county mayors. Thank you very much for all the good things that have been said. I would just like to make 2 points. Now, Hongseon, now the Cheonsuman Bay. Now, I would say that this is the center of my county, and Cheonsuman Bay was long said to be the treasure trove of fishery. But then now there has been the reclamation project there for a few years, and then now we have the lake created there,
한 25년 되다 보니
and then on the outside there's still the Cheonsuman Bay. But then now, 20 years later today, now inside the Kanholho Lake, the water is almost, it has deteriorated so much so that we cannot even use it for agricultural water. And what they do is they are trying to clean this lake by taking away some sand, and that is like just throwing a few stones into the Han River. So it is bound to go bad, and so now what they have are, so now when we look at a similar case, then they also had the water quality go quite bad, and the only way to revive this is actually to open up to seawater, I believe. And now even the fish is all deformed, and also the water is so bad that they even smell. So even the fishermen will not come anymore. So, the situation has deteriorated so much that the state has to intervene. And also when there is water, then we open up the dam, release the water, and then now the Cheonsuman Bay and also where it is linked to the land, then they turn into black asphalt. So even the fishery cannot survive there. So it is really, it has become almost barren and destroyed. And still then, it has been designated even today as the fishery protection zone. So I actually believe that such designation should be lifted so that if they cannot have fishery business there, then perhaps it could have some alternative business. Anyway, so the province is currently doing a research project there, but we need to make sure that the residents nearby should also have a viable business, but they cannot do anything else because of the designation as fishery protection zone. And also there is the Hongsong Lake, which is close to the Poryong Lake. Now Poryong has the coal-fired power plant, but then so that is not the protection zone, but Hongsong, it is the protection zone. So it is really out of balance as well. So we need to lift the preservation designation. Then also the Hongseong-ho Lake. Now it was created for the purpose of agriculture, but now because if we are following the suit of Kanhol-ho Lake, what it does is they are not able to open up to the outside water. So what they do is they have the water distribution pumps. And then also they have the waterways that have been created decades ago, and they are still there. So what we need to do is now, I mean, some are clamoring for, the seawater to come into the lake, but so it shouldn't be just all talk and no action. We need to do something. And also, the Prime Minister was here recently because of the drought, and I did try to bring this up to the Prime Minister. But then the Agriculture and Fishery Administration, and they were so, and also the Agriculture Produce Administration, they, did not want me to speak. But I did want to speak, so I did. So I said that, the lake water has gone so bad, and also now they have tried to link to the seawater, but now it's too salty. So the citizens say that, well, I mean, if you fail by connecting to the seawater or not, I mean, either way, I mean, it is failure anyway, so let's give it a try. And then now it was much better later on. So now I believe that what we need to do is to have some policy intervention to try to revive the lake and also to have better management of the maritime resources. Yes, now then the Kanolho Lake, yes, perhaps you could also have a water quality improvement by having drainage, but then perhaps that is just a stopgap measure. So if at all possible, then perhaps we need to, so if we could have a supply of other water source, then yes, I believe that opening up to the seawater would be one solution, but of course that is not easy because there are some people who still use this water resource, and also the designation, the protection designation, that could also be problematic. Then also the Hongbo zone, so the Hongsong Lake and also the Poryong Lake combined are called the Hongbo zone. But I think desalinating them would be almost impossible, right? Then we need to be aware of reality and also come up with realistic solutions. So today I see the head of the planning department and also the director general of the Maritime Resource Division. So maybe you could harass them to come up with a solution as soon as possible. I will join you in harassing them. Okay, then now the last panelist.
님 말씀.
We have with us Mr. Kasero, the mayor of Taean. Thank you very much. I am Kasero of Taean. I have enjoyed a very meaningful discussion today, and it's a pleasure to participate. Chairman Ho Jae-young, Dr. Yuk-kun Young, thank you very much for your moderation and presentation. And thank you to the 5 mayors who have presented before me. In 1982, the Netherlands, Denmark, and Germany, they conducted restoration of their joint sea area, and I thought about why they did that. For the area of Taean, 45% of the coastal areas of our province is located here, and 38% of mudflats of our province is located in Taean. And so this convention between the Netherlands, Denmark, and Germany is very meaningful. And I believe that it's all very meaningful to all of the mayors here today. If we take a look at the value of the mudflats compared to for deep sea, the value is 20-fold, and compared to farmland, the value is 100-fold. If we take a look at the Wadden Sea, they actually restored 7,500 square kilometers, that led to the attraction of 10 million visitors, which translated into 10 trillion in tourism income. One of the major themes is the Punam Lake and the Karorim Bay Water Garden. And why are these two projects so urgent for all of us? Why is it such a big issue? It's because of the example of the Warden Sea. And so that is why we feel so urgent about these projects. The government will need to provide us with their full-fledged support. And here in the Chungcheongnam province, the governor and his staff are quite fortunately very interested in these projects. And we are very grateful for your full-fledged support. And I would like to thank you for all of your support. In the case of Taean, as I mentioned before, 45% of the coastal areas are located in Taean. And so Taean cannot exist without the sea. And in reality, a lot of our income does come from the sea. And so the mudflats, restoration of ecosystems, the restoration of coastal areas, the Karorim Bay area, the Chonsurim Bay area are all very important issues for Taean. Concerning this, Taean is making our preparations to conduct these projects. But in the case of Tongsunmun, I had an opportunity to visit the Netherlands with the governor, and we did a site visit. Well, I would like to open up the mouth of the river to have a larger inflow of seawater. But the governor is waiting for various tests to be conducted. And because it will be a project with a high budget, I have not been able to receive a clear answer from the governor. And we are in the process of persuading the chairmen of the fisheries village cooperatives. And so it is ongoing, although it does have its hitches. The Chungcheongnam-do province is also conducting the 2021 Marine Silk Road project. As you're well aware, Taean has many islands, with the Kae Island, Ongdo, and we also have the Gyeongbyeol Island. And so we have many islands in our district of Taean. And so, befitting the name of Marine Silk Road, we wish to create a foundation for island hopping. The Gungsi Island, as you're well aware, is an area where migratory gulls come, and thousands of them live there. And this area is well known for its beauty. But because the routes to this island are not open yet, many people cannot visit to see how beautiful it is. Let me talk about the Gyeongbyeol Island. As you're well aware, it's located in the far west, and it is farthest out into the sea. In order to secure our terrestrial waters, it must be managed by the government. And this island is divided into north, south, east, and west. And only the North Island is owned by the state, and the rest three, the East, West, and South Island, is owned by private owners. And so it's a matter of national prestige. I hope that you will become interested in these islands. Why aren't our islands in the limelight as Tokto is in the limelight? Well, this is at the west end, and Tokto is on the east end of our terrestrial waters. Well, some people say, let's just conduct a drive to receive donations so that we can purchase these islands. But the state needs to own these islands in order for us to win the terrestrial waters. The Chungcheongnam-do province reported to the Ministry of Maritime Affairs that these set of islands should become state-owned. And we always emphasize this to the central government. We look forward to more interest in these islands so that we can create a high-quality project out of it. In Taean, we have many maritime projects. We would like to conduct a project called Smart Water Garden. On Monday, we will sign an MOU with Seoul National University. How can we create a new maritime city and include AI in the appropriate places? That will be a part of this project with Seoul National University. In the West Sea, we are conducting for the first time a multi-purpose complex connecting Wando, Gyeongbuk, Ulchin, and other cities. And of the 4 cities that have been designated, we are the closest to the capital area. And this multi-purpose project is currently ongoing. How can we create a new maritime city? We are also being advised by scholars around the world, including Germany, and we need to benchmark cities from around the world. There are many things that I would like to mention further, but I am the last discussant, and I think it's already 3 o'clock. And we do have a little bit time left, but along with Poryong, we would like to use Wonsan Island and Anmyeon Island, which are connected by bridge. And the undersea tunnel will be completed, and Taean and Poryong will become closer than ever before. So I hope that we can come up with a win-win strategy. I hope that the mayor of Poryong and I can work together. I look forward to the 2 of us working together for great results, and I promise you to do our best. Thank you very much to Chairman Hall and Dr. Yuk, as well as the other members of this panel. Thank you very much. Thank you.
제가 얼마 전에 텔레비전을
Well, recently I saw on TV that there is a boat, the canoe that will leave from Anhu, and I understand that it was a competition. It's a canoe competition. So it takes about 3 days to go through that route, I heard. Yes, I saw it on TV as well. So I thought that was a very good attempt. And a few years ago, with the government officials of Chungcheongnam province, I visited this area. The Karorim Bay Water Garden, I am sure, will be very successful. And for Seosan and Taean, it will open up great new opportunities. The Maritime Silk Road and the Smart Water Garden and the multi-purpose waterfront projects, I hope that they are very successful. The 4 islands on the far west side of Korea. Well, concerning that, I thought that we could at least come up with a provincial decree. I have made that suggestion, but I understand that it's very difficult to come up with the provincial decree because some people are worried that it may aggravate China. So I'm not sure about the political issues involved, but I think we need to make efforts. Well, I hope that you will make that suggestion again for the provincial decree. Let's make that effort together.
말씀드렸는
So we have now heard from the 6 mayors and county mayors, and maybe I would like to elicit some comments or questions from the floor, perhaps 1 or 2. Please raise your hand if you have questions or comments so that we can deliver the microphone to you. So please raise your hand if you have any questions or comments.
예, 너무 우리 시장 군수님이 너무 말씀을
Well, perhaps the mayors and the county mayors that have been so eloquent so that they have already answered your questions.
감동받고 있습니다. 우리 이제 생태 보건에 대한
So now then, having listened to the mayor's views, I was highly impressed about their philosophy and conviction about the need to protect the environment and the ecosystem and the mudflats. So as someone who has studied water throughout my career, I have been quite impressed. So then I do hope that now with these, I hope that we were able to once again ascertain that the ocean, the Yellow Sea, is a truly valuable resource to us, especially to Chungcheongnam-do province. And actually, we want to manage our natural resources so that we will be able to utilize them in a sustainable manner, so that we can make use of them, and so can our future generations, our children and their children. So I believe that that is the point of that, and I believe that sustainable is really the right way of expressing this. So I do hope that we can all work together towards sustainable West Sea, and also thank you very much for being so punctual so that we are able to conclude on time. So I would like to thank Dr. Yuk for the presentation, as well as the 6 mayors. Thank you very much for your discussion. Next year, when we are in the West Coast, then I do hope they will be able to better enjoy the environment and taste better fish. Thank you.
감사합니다. 해양생태보건
Thank you very much. Thank you for this session on the ways of cooperation with the Pan-Yellow Sea for the restoration of marine ecosystem and sustainable use of resources. Thank you very much to our panel for your participation in the Prosperity2 session. Another big round of applause, please. We will take a half-hour break and resume for the Symbiosis2 session titled Ways to Collaborate for Public Health and Sanitation in the Pan-Yellow Sea region. Thank you very much.
네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후부터
Some housekeeping remarks. We are just about to resume for Symbiosis 2. We would like to ask you to please join us on stage if you are a member of the panel. Thank you.
네, 이번 세션은 환황해권 공중보건
This session is titled Ways to Collaborate for Public Health and Sanitation in the Pan-Yellow Sea Region. This session will be moderated by Director Kim Jae-il of the Tanguk University Hospital. We have with us as the discussants Dr. Wang Shuyan and Ms. Ju-hyun, who will be participating online. Thank you very much. Let me proceed with the session. This session is the last session of today's Pan-Yellow Sea Forum. It's very difficult to conduct the last session, but we have a very interesting session ahead of us. This session is titled Ways to Collaborate for Public Health and Sanitation in the Pan-Yellow Sea Region. COVID-19 is definitely in the limelight, and unlike other pandemics, this pandemic is impacting all aspects of our lives, including culture, economics, and politics. It is changing our paradigm. With COVID-19, we have realized that we have already become a global community. Many countries need to cooperate together. This is something that we are realizing once again. We see paradigm shifts. And ACBC was after Christ and before Christ, but now we call it after COVID-19 and before COVID-19. So we will have a very timely topic of COVID-19. Pan-Yellow Sea means Korea, China, and Japan. We were to include a Japanese panelist, but that panelist was not able to join us today. In his place, we have a panelist who will speak on the topic of North Korea, which is another country in the Pan-Yellow Sea. She will be joining us online. So we will be covering Korea, China, and North Korea, and we will be focusing our attention on COVID-19. Without further ado, let me introduce today's panel to you. The presenter for this session is Professor Shin Young-jun of Hanyang University College of Medicine. Let me briefly introduce him to you. Currently, he is professor at Hanyang University College of Education. He is a specialist in preventive medicine policies. He has worked as an advisor to the Ministry of Health and Welfare, and he is also a chairman of the related society. We have with us research
scientist Wang Shani of the Institute of Biomedical Sciences at Pudong University. Pleased to meet you. Dr. Wang, let me briefly introduce him to you. He is a specialist in communicable diseases, and he has worked in the International Vaccine Institute focusing on enteric infectious diseases. Currently, he is working as a research scientist at the Institutes of Biomedical Sciences at Pudong University. He has served as the expert for the Center of Drug Evaluation and the China Food and Drug Administration. We also have Ms. Ju Hyun online with us. She is the Secretary General for Medical Aid for Children. Pleased to meet you. Is she connected? I hope she is connected. Secretary General Ju Hyun serves as a member of the Standing Committee of the Social and Cultural Exchange Division of the National Unification Advisory Council. From 2002, she has worked with the North Korean Pyongyang Child Nutrition Management Institute, Daedong River District Hospital, and the Mangyangdae Children's General Hospital. She has visited North Korea on more than 50 occasions. We also have with us Director Kim Sune of the Korea Foundation for International Healthcare. Pleased to meet you. Director Kim, she has carried out international development cooperation projects under Health and Medical ODA in support of overseas Koreans, foreign workers, North Korean projects, and overseas emergency relief projects. She has also participated in the Lee Jong-uk Fellowship Program for Health and Medical Personnel in developing countries. She has also worked at the International Vaccine Institute. Let us start with Professor Shin's presentation.
예, 소개받은 신영조입니다.
Yes, as introduced, I am Shin Young-jun, and it is a great pleasure and honor for me to be participating in such a prestigious forum. Now, I do have a lot to present, so allow me to move ahead quite speedily. So please refer to the document. And also because my paper is in the booklet, I would just like to skip through most of the details and just highlight on the important points. Now, on September 22nd, President Moon Jae-in delivered the keynote speech at the UN member countries. A single country can no longer manage the entirety of comprehensive security issues alone, so we need to equip ourselves with a multilateral security architecture. This will be the framework where the different countries will be guaranteed the security. So I believe that this is a highly meaningful comment, especially because of the COVID-19. So because there is also a change in the security paradigm. So in the past, the security was about weapons or the advanced weapons. But then in this case, under COVID-19, nuclear weapons are really good for nothing. So then we see that the security paradigm today should be different. It's no longer weapons-based, but it should be based on cooperation. So it should be about cooperation to guarantee security and safety for all. So that is one thing, so that there is a shift in the security paradigm. And second is that the current COVID-19 pandemic showed that economic growth will be possible only when there is a strong public health system. And third, there is the inevitability of international cooperation that has been highlighted by the pandemic, because such a pandemic cannot be stopped by a single country. But also, even before President Moon finished his speech in September, now there was also the firing in the West Sea, which could have even led to military confrontations. So this also shows that the West Sea could be a space of either peace and prosperity or a space of war. Now, regarding the response of the different countries against the pandemic is well known to you all, so I'm not going to go into that. But so far, there have been over 40 million confirmed cases with over 1 million deaths. And what is more terrifying is that there is no end in sight. Now, China was the origin of the pandemic, and North Korea, being a border country to China, they also shut down the border quite early on January. So they say that officially there have been no confirmed cases, but then the situation specific to North Korea is that it is under sanctions by the UN and the US. So now, of course, the humanitarian aid that are exempt from the international sanctions, but then still now they are isolated from such aid as well. And also, North Korea recently went through natural disasters, so it is under a number of vulnerabilities. Japan is also faring better than most other countries, but then as you would know that the Tokyo Olympics was postponed. And so it has been postponed, but then it is still not clear whether it can be held or not. Now, for the case of Korea, yes, it is touted as one of the relatively success cases for now, so far, but nobody knows what is going to unfold in the future. So I would say that the situation until now would have been phase 1, and now the world is just now entering phase 2. So the response so far has been successful in some ways, but also some limitations in other ways, meaning that now in such a global pandemic, the existing international cooperation framework was really almost not functional at all. Now, in the case of Korea, we wanted to even send our facial masks to some other countries, but then we could not because of the export ban. So the vulnerable countries had to suffer even more because of such measures. And second is that speedy communication of special knowledge was not being done, and that is true even to this day. And that is something that we need to improve on to be better able to respond to this kind of crisis in the future. Now then, for the pan-yellow sea, I understand that there is also the concept of the rim, which is like a ring. And so that rim would also include North Korea, who is not represented here today. But then, now I have also been active and participating in the healthcare activities for North Korea for the past 10 years. So it is based on that experience that I would like to share my thoughts on the pan-yellow sea cooperation. Now, the inter-Korea exchanges have been ongoing, especially for vaccination and provision of medical supplies. There have been some meaningful cooperation. One is the Haemophilus influenza type B vaccine, because there is quite a lot of them in North Korea. So there was the vaccination for over 1,500 people, and then also for the measles, there was also the measles vaccination. Then also the encephalitis vaccination for about 3 million people. But then now for the measles, then there had to be the second round of vaccination for that. But then we were not able to continue because of the shutdown of the Kaesong Industrial Complex. And also tuberculosis is a very important infectious disease globally, and also one of the longest standing exchanges between the two Koreas. So from the Global Fund, it provided about $103 million to North Korea to help the country fight against tuberculosis and malaria over a period of 7 years until 2017. According to a recent report, North Korea is one of the top 30 countries with the TB burden. it is also the country, so one of the top 30 countries with the highest incidence rate of multi-drug resistant tuberculosis. This means that just sending over medical supplies is not going to be enough in helping North Korea fight off this disease. And also, more recently, the Global Fund, which had been responsible for providing such support to North Korea, now recently they have announced that it would end its program to North Korea without giving a clear explanation. So they cited North Korea's lack of transparency, but many believe actually that perhaps it was because of the pressure coming from the U.S. And also malaria. Now, it is the DMZ where malaria is the most prevalent. So for quite some time, the two Koreas have put up a joint effort against malaria. But then in 2010, under the Lee Myung-bak government, such cooperation had stopped. As a result, there was also a spike in malaria patients in South Korea as well, so the cooperation had to resume. And then more recently, the foot and mouth disease and the African swine fevers, which had spread around the truce line. And this means that it is not enough for South Korea to do this alone. So we need to put up a joint front against the foot and mouth disease and the African swine fever. And then also on September 19th, the Pyongyang Joint Declaration was signed by the both leaders, and it also included cooperation in public health care. And it was about exchanging information about contagious diseases. So that was probably it in terms of the healthcare cooperation. But then now, unfortunately, the Tamiflu support project that was to start under this declaration, now the UN command, because of the economic sanctions, meaning that they had put a stop to the trucks going over to North Korea to send the Tamiflu. So as a result of that, we were not able to provide the Tamiflu, and it has also led to the North Korea stopping its healthcare discussion with Korea. Actually, medical supplies and healthcare cooperation were not subject to economic sanctions, but the fact that there was a stop to it is something that we have to remember for the future. And then now regarding the cooperation of in public health and sanitation in the Pan-Yellow Sea region, of course, there is a necessity for cooperation, but some of the limitations are the frequent suspension in the cooperation and also the failure to provide timely support. So that is another problem. And the third problem is the very small size of exchange and cooperation. And the fourth is the lack of expertise. In other words, the failure to exchange expert information in a timely manner. And also, fifth is that we need to have an ongoing monitoring system that would allow us to have a timely response instead of just trying to respond after the fact. But then there is still no such ongoing monitoring system. So then, after the sanctions by the international community, and then also globally, we see that in the post-COVID era, now there had been lockdowns, and then now many countries are now trying to lift the lockdown because of the economy, so they want to resume economic activities. So this shows that in the face of the pandemic, for the different countries trying to fend this on their own is not going to be enough. And also, I believe that what we need is to have a multi-party discussion about the healthcare responses, and the leader or the initiative in enabling such a multi-party cooperation discussion should be the field of healthcare. Because of the COVID-19, the millions of Chinese tourists who have been flocking Korea are no longer able to come, and likewise in other countries as well. And also, there were many South Korean tourists to North Korea until recently. And also, North Korea is also suffering in its development project for the Wonsan-Galma coastal tourism zone. So this means that we need to be able to address the healthcare, the public health, and the pandemic response in order to have economic cooperation as well. So right now, I believe we need to have an international cooperation system for the prevention of infectious diseases and quarantine. Now, I have talked about the grim reality, so let me also give you some signs of hope. So recently in Ulaanbaatar, there were the gathering of tuberculosis experts. Experts from South Korea, Mongolia, China, Japan, North Korea, Taiwan, and Russia. So there were 2 rounds of such meeting. And more recently, the Northeast Asian bloc health ministers have also gotten together at the suggestion of President Moon. But of course, this kind of one-off meetings are not enough. So what we need in the way of cooperation is to be more ongoing and consistent. So first of all, what we need is to have an intergovernmental agreement to create a permanent framework of cooperation. Now, even for the German unification, the first thing that made it possible was the healthcare cooperation. So likewise in Korea, we can also have something similar so that it will not be swayed by political reasons either. So at least for healthcare and health cooperation, then we can continue no matter what. So we need to create the kind of framework and the architecture that can be based on healthcare cooperation. So for both the 2 Koreas and also between Korea and China, we can have this kind of cooperative framework that would be based on healthcare. Then also we need to create the scope and target of public health and sanitation cooperation in the Pan-Yellow Sea region. So for example, the fine dust or the yellow dust problem, it is not something that we can handle ourselves. So this is where we need to have cooperation. And then also for Japan, they say that they are going to release the polluted water into the Yellow Sea. So many Koreans are quite concerned about this. And also the waste problems or the construction waste problems are also the problems that require joint efforts. And also for the forestry and the pest issues, I mean, they also require cooperation by the adjacent countries. And so I do believe that we need to expand the scope and target of the health and sanitation cooperation in the Pan-Yellow Sea region to make it a permanent public health cooperation network. So now there's also the ASEF. There should be a ASEF fund where that would be targeted for the children. So it is China and also Japan and Korean governments that I would like to make the proposal to have the Asia Children's Fund to enlist voluntary cooperation of Northeast Asian countries to address children's health-related problems. So now let me conclude. Now there are many issues surrounding the Yellow Sea region. One of them is currently the COVID-19, but COVID-19 is not going to be the end. There will be COVID-19 2021 and so forth. And also, we see that the different countries are now trying to strengthen international cooperation around the WHO. But one thing that is of caution is that now we see that the US has pulled out of the WHO, so we see that sanitation is becoming a weapon. So some powerful countries are trying to weaponize the health issues, but so we also have to be cautious against that. And also we have to make sure that the health information will not become the weapon against democracy. Now, the COVID-19 pandemic has delineated the existing limitations of the global community and also highlighted the fact that without strong public health cooperation, there will be no economic cooperation or prosperity. So if this is to continue, then there will be no future for the humanity. So the future for humanity will be quite gloomy. So paradoxically, we may be able to turn this crisis into an opportunity to convert the existing paradigm of national security from hostility into coexistence and to establish a more solid regional public health and sanitation system. And I do believe that the Yellow Sea region countries should set the example for this. Thank you very much.
좋습니다.
Thank you very much.
상당히
All right, so yes, that was a very comprehensive set of information, and thank you very much for delivering a very well-organized talk. So we will move on to the panel discussion right away.
는 Wang Shan.
We will go in the order of Dr. Wang Shan-yi, and then we will go to Secretary General Ju-hyun, and then Director Kim Sun-ae. We would like to provide you with about 10 minutes for your comments and discussions. First, it seems that Dr. Wang is finding it very difficult to log in to the online platform, so we will switch the order. We will start with Secretary General Ju-hyun. Secretary General Ju-hyun, good afternoon. Well, I did introduce you very briefly. Let's begin the discussion. Thank you very much for the invitation. I am a NGO activist, and I was suddenly invited to join the discussion. I would like to share with you my experiences. COVID-19 shows how dangerous pandemics are for those living in the 21st century. There were other infectious diseases in the past, but I don't think any infectious disease has impacted our lives as much as COVID-19. And so many specialists believe that our lives will be divided into before COVID-19 and after COVID-19. As an activist who worked through health issues for cooperation, I do have some thoughts on this issue. In 2018, we had the joint declaration by the two Koreas. We did include cooperation related to public health in the agreement, and we did have exchanges of personnel. But Tamiflu could not be sent to North Korea due to sanctions. And after the no deal of Hanoi, all of the relations have been severed. We are still a divided country, and it seems that South Korea and North Korea could not go past the barrier of the U.S. to cooperate. If we were able to continue our cooperation after February 2019, and if we were able to execute the 2018 agreement, then I believe that the two Koreas could have responded to COVID-19 together. If we were able to respond together, it would have led to great results in the relations between the two Koreas. 2 years ago, the two heads of states actually included public health in the agreement, and I think that in itself is very meaningful, especially since North Korea is the most hermit country in the world. It would have led to great changes in that country. In 2007, Kim Jong-un became the chairman, and in 2012, they announced the 5-year achievement, and now they will be holding the 8th assembly next year. They will be holding the assembly every 5 years according to their statute, and they have not held this assembly every 5 years ever since the 1960s. So Kim Jong-un is following the rules that he has set, and it seems that he is making decisions according to due process. This is a way to portray themselves as a normal state, and this also is an intention to move towards a peace treaty, and all of those intentions are included in the 2018 declaration. The normalization started in 2012 when he promised that he will not make the people of North Korea starve again, and they are now trying to implement economic development and improvement of the quality of lives of the people. But despite these efforts, cooperation related to infectious diseases cannot happen between hostile countries because it is not only related to public health but also security. Even when the inter-Korean relations were active, North Korea never asked for the help of South Korea in terms of infectious diseases. The normalization of that relations was about to happen, but it was stopped by the 2019 USDPRK summit. And I don't think there is any other choice that we can make at this point in time. Well, Kim Jong-un, when he stepped into office, he had his country participate in international conferences related to public health. I believe that after COVID-19, they will continue to do so. Recently, in November, they opened the new Amnokgang project, and it seems that they are actually looking to attract Chinese tourists to North Korea. And so it seems that because of COVID-19, they will be opening only Kumgang Mountain and Pyongyang for tourism. I continue to read the Nodong Daily, and it seems that North Korea is very paying keen attention to how China is conducting disease control. That is the impression that I have. And so we will have to ask China to play an intermediary role. And so because of the current inter-Korean relations, I think the only way is to go through China. Of course, we need to continue to make suggestions to North Korea so that we can collaborate for infectious diseases, but the only feasible method is to go through China at this moment. In January of 2021, there will be the 8th General Assembly, so we will have to take a look at the results. But as you're well aware, in 2016, they made a series of decisions, especially related to public health, and I believe that in 2021, the decisions will be quite similar. In the 2016 decisions, there are 7 future plans, and the first is about the expected lifespan, as well as health indexes being brought up to global standards. And they also talk about preventive medicine. So there are 7 plans that were included, as I mentioned before, and the first 2 are related to infectious diseases and disease control systems. And so with COVID-19, I believe that the necessity of these measures have increased. By responding to COVID-19 together, we could have an opportunity for coexistence and cooperation in Northeast Asia. And I hope that the strong countries of Russia, China, US, and Japan will not find this an opportunity to flex their muscles, but rather open a way for cooperation. For co-response to the COVID-19, I hope that Korea and North Korea can open up new ways of cooperation. Thank you very much.
이따 전체 디스커션은
Well, we will open discussions later on, but thank you very much for your explanation about the North Korean situation, and thank you for also suggesting that as we cannot go through directly to North Korea, then we can think of going through China. I think that's a point that we can discuss later on. Thank you very much.
다음은 김순애 부장.
Next is Ms. Kim Sune. Yes, hello. I am from the Korea Foundation for International Healthcare, and given that my foundation may not be familiar to you, I would just like to introduce it briefly. So in short, it is called COFI, and Dr. Lee Jong-wook, now he was the 6th Secretary General of the WHO, and then now as he was preparing for the General Assembly, he passed away. And then now, around this time, we also started the Commemorative Fund project and then created the Korea Foundation for International Healthcare. So we followed Dr. Lee Jong-uk's name, so we now have the Lee Jong-uk Fellowship, and this is about promoting healthcare and developing healthcare personnel in the developing countries, and then also the Official Development Aid Program, the ODA program, is also being undertaken in many different countries. So I would like to focus not only on North Korea, but I would like to speak from a broader perspective. Now, today, October 29th, 2020, we see that COVID-19 has brought about so many changes to us, and without talking about it, we can't really talk about anything. Now, it was on March 11th that the WHO declared this a global pandemic, and there were about 120,000 confirmed cases around the world. But then now, today we see that it has gone up by over 40 times, with over 44 million cases, with over 1 million deaths. So we see that it has really spread to every part of the world, to every part of our lives. So that is why we are now talking about global health security, so much so that it has now also become a household word almost. Now, we used to talk about security mostly in the sense of military security, but now, today, health, which is much closer to our everyday life, has also become an issue of security. And also, for one disease to break out and then to spread throughout the world, it takes only a matter of days. So we have also witnessed this firsthand, and we are now realizing that we are not able to tide over this difficulty without international cooperation. So that is a very painful lesson that we have learned throughout this ordeal. So then the health security involves not only the health area, but also we talk about food security, so where people run out of things to eat, and then also it could affect the environment. It could also affect the economy. So we see that this is also multi-sectoral, meaning that what we need is multi-sectoral coordination and cooperation for us to overcome the current situation. So that is one point that I wanted to emphasize. And another is, now, of course, in the beginning, of course, this was a problem for the developing countries, but then also for the developed countries, they also struggled in dealing with this. And from that, what we could see was about the healthcare system. So how well the healthcare system was functioning in the respective countries. So depending on the quality of the healthcare system, we could see that the aftermath of COVID-19 was quite different in the different countries. So this also means that what we need to do is try to prop up and strengthen the basic healthcare system. And also there is the IHR that was created by the WHO in 2015, and that is an international healthcare regulation. So this is like an agreement, international agreement regarding healthcare. And so this is about how each country can build up their capacity to address things like this, precisely like this. But then now, even then, we didn't really think that the situation could be so bad like this. So perhaps we are a little bit complacent. Once again, so we see that after the outbreak of the COVID-19, it is really linked to all other issues. So then the question now is, when it comes to the solution, then we also need to find one that can be complied with and followed by all the countries involved. So then the projects or the programs, not only in the developing countries, but then also for the developed countries as well, how resilient they are and also how strong their healthcare system is. So I would say that these are also important issues now. So this would also be the topics of cooperation down the road. So for the healthcare, so not only the clinical aspect, but and also the therapeutic, but also the policies, prevention, and monitoring too. So monitoring or surveillance. So surveillance meaning diseases. So if there are potential disease outbreaks, then we need to pile up the data regarding it, so they will be able to diagnose it, treat it, manage it. So we need to have this kind of multi-dimensional capacity, not only in the developing countries, but also in the developed countries. So working toward that goal could be one area of cooperation in this region. So let's say in countries like Mongolia or other countries in this region. Now, I mean, if one pathogen, if it were to break out, then, I mean, by the nature of a pathogen or a virus, it is very easy to spread. So it could spread very quickly and widely. So we have to keep that in mind as we try to promote this healthcare cooperation. And we also have to continue our discussions on the kind of preparedness that we need to make in order to be ready for the next kind of such crisis. Well, thank you very much, and thank you very much for your brevity. Thank you. And now, are we now connected to China or not?
한국 사람들끼리 합시다.
Well, are we connected?
Nice to meet you. 반갑습니다.
Pleased to meet you. We have with us Dr. Wang Xiaohui.
Since you have a translation, so let me speak Chinese. 在
Before we begin, we received the presentation materials of Professor Shin, and I was very interested in his paper under the Collaboration for Public Health. So it was a great opportunity for me to think about the global collaboration for public health, especially in the Pan-Yellow Sea region. So you can see that there are various infectious diseases, including the recent COVID-19. And these diseases are becoming a pandemic. And so through disease control, we need to control the situation, and that is why disease control is being the main tool to fight this disease around the world. As we have done in the 60s and 70s to fight against infectious diseases, we need to make sure that we systematically and organically respond to COVID-19. Within the COVID-19 situation, we need to take a look at the difference between COVID-19 and SARS. The first difference is that now information is abundant, and this information is being shared very quickly through the internet. And that's why vaccines can be developed more quickly. So in just 1 month after the outbreak of COVID-19, we were able to sequence the DNA. DNA sequencing has to be completed in order for research to begin. And that is why about 100 vaccines are in the pipeline. And some vaccines are actually in phase 3 of their clinical trial. If phase 3 is successful and if the efficacy is proven, then we will be able to make an effort to utilize these vaccines so that we can completely conquer COVID-19. And that is why today's topic is very timely. So faced with COVID-19, we are impacted not only by health issues, but also by political issues. Yesterday, we did make an attempt to prepare for this forum, and we did conduct a test on the Zoom platform last night as well. And so we are being impacted by COVID-19. I were to participate in a conference related to clinical trials, and so I was not able to go there. And we need to make an effort to effectively utilize the vaccines when it is developed so that we can look forward to conquering COVID-19. Because of the app issue, I was not able to listen to either the English or Chinese version of the presentation, and I did comment based on the materials that I received beforehand. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your nice comment. In spite of poor communication problem. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay. I want to see you again. Bye. 지금
Yeah, bye.
이게 지금
Now then, yes, we get only Chinese or English, but then, so I would just like to comment on this, and then we would have to have another opportunity with Mr. Wang later on.
So Dr. Wang talked about how there was a difference between SARS and COVID-19. Of course, it's completely different. COVID-19 and SARS are very different. And he also talked about vaccine development, which is of interest to everyone. Of course, we need to collaborate with WHO so that everyone around the world can share the vaccine. Well, I would like to add that we need to collaborate with WHO. Thank you very much for your discussion. We will now go into discussion. I would like to start with my comments, and then we will include the panelists in our discussion, and we will include Professor Shin in our discussion. Let me start off the dialogue. Well, concerning the presentation, we did look forward to some comments from the panelists, so maybe we can ask each other questions as needed. So we are talking about collaboration for COVID-19 in the Pan-Yellow Sea region. But before we go into the actual strategies, let me lay out the basics. Well, maybe these are my personal opinions. But when people communicate, I believe that respecting one another and acknowledging each other is very important. If you think the other person is wrong, then you can't communicate. I think this is the same for the international society. Related to COVID-19, each country has its own response. The US, Europe, Korea, China, we're all responding differently. But we cannot point the finger at each other saying your method is wrong, because each country is doing their best for the health of their people. And so I believe that public health policies are based on their practices, traditions, culture, health system. So all of that merged together, and as a result, you have the public health policies. For example, if we compare China and Korea with Europe and the US, we are different. In Korea, we had Confucius cultures. So Confucius teachings always tell us to respect our elders and our friends. And these Confucius systems talk about obeying the hierarchy. Of course, we do have to do away with the unnecessary parts of Confucianism. but Confucianist philosophies and traditions still remain within our culture. So during the 97 economic crisis, people brought out their gold to sell their gold so that they can help the national economy. But the Westerners, they can't understand how this can happen because we have a stronger sense of community in Korea. Concerning COVID-19, when we had the outbreak of Daegu, I think we were very obedient, and that's a part of our culture. And that is even more so in China. They had a complete shutdown of the origin, and that's actually a combination of culture and regime. But it's different in Europe. Within Europe, as you're well aware, Germany responded differently. Even within Europe, Germany had a very negative aspect concerning public health, but their system actually was very helpful in responding to COVID-19. So each country is under different circumstances. And so we cannot point the finger saying that the other party is wrong. That will not facilitate communication. We need to recognize each other, that it's their method and it's the best that they can do. So that is the basis for communication and collaboration for public health. That is one important point that I would like to make. And so having said that, in the Pan-Yellow Sea area, we cannot leave out North Korea along with Japan and China. There is a part that the government can do, but there are other aspects that Chungcheongnam-do province can do. And so what are some of the things that the Chungcheongnam-do province can do? And so concerning this, maybe we can turn to Professor Shin for his comments.
예, 시청자입니다.
Thank you. Yes, this is Shin Young-jin again. Now, I wasn't sure whether there will be questions from the floor or not, and I wasn't sure whether I will be having another chance to speak again. So let me just give you my comprehensive response now. So yes, I fully agree to what the moderator has just said. I believe that that goes without saying that that is what we need. Yes, so it is very important for us to understand the differences. But also at the same time, what we have to all look back to is that yes, it was quite urgent, it was an unprecedented event, but then the vaccine development. So let's say if we are to develop the vaccine and put an end to all of this, that would be the best scenario, but I am a bit pessimistic. Will we be able to develop an effective vaccine that could also have a long-lasting effect? I mean, there are a lot of questions about that. But of course, despite everything, the hope is to have vaccine as early as possible so that we can all move out of this. But now, let me say that now once the vaccine started to get developed, and then also going back to the early days of the outbreak, so for example, the mask crisis, so I believe that we also have to look back to that and also try to think about how we could improve on that in the future. I mean, now, for example, between the powerful countries, then they have something like a vaccine alliance. And it is very likely that once there is a vaccine that is developed, then it is the powerful countries that get access to the vaccine earlier than the others. So, for example, for the facial masks in the beginning, I mean, we had an expert ban against the facial masks. At that time, there were some differences as well. But then, at that time, at that time, the developing countries or the less developed countries, I mean, they were really just literally exposed to the virus without any protection. So then is it going to be the same for vaccine? Are we going to have the repeat of the same situation? So at least we need to have some minimum access to vaccine for all the countries. So I believe that we need to start that kind of discussion. And then now another thing is something that I would like to thank the Pan-Yellow Sea Forum and also to make a suggestion to the Pan-Yellow Sea Forum, and that is I hope that it will not just stop here. maybe you could have something like a pan-yellow sea declaration or statement, so that this event could also have a more concrete deliverable and become more influential. So today there were also a lot of very important discussions, and so discussions about trade and also exchanges. So now for us to ensure such trade and exchange around the world, then we also need to have a very strong system of public healthcare cooperation. Then, now by the end of the Pan-Yellow Sea Forum, we could say that yes, we got together, put our heads together to think about this, and at this time it appears as if what we need the most is to have a cooperative network of public healthcare system, and to make sure that they can run stably to provide the foundation for human survival and prosperity, and so that we urge the governments to try to cooperate to that end. So maybe that kind of declaration, or let's say even if there is vaccine that is developed, we need to make sure that this is not going to be winner take all, that this will be distributed evenly and fairly to all the countries. So we need to find a way that that does happen. So perhaps we could have some kind of statement or declaration like that to give a good end to this forum. So that is all from me. Thank you.
네, 저도 교수님.
Well, I completely agree with that. So when this happened, there were the vulnerable groups within the developing countries who were impacted the most. Well, they are the ones who are facing difficulties in their livelihoods, and it was very difficult for them to purchase masks and other necessary products, and so it was very difficult for them to have access. And so within the scope of ODA, we need to support the vulnerable groups first, and whether it be the official channels or unofficial channels, we need to be able to listen to their needs and also find ways to support their needs. And so I do believe that we need platforms to share those needs. Even if vaccines are developed, even the vaccines that have been developed in the past, sometimes they could not be accessed by the vulnerable groups because of the high prices. And so when that happens, we need the efforts of the international community so that access is provided. And such access has been provided through international bodies before. And so if we complete the development of vaccines for COVID-19, we have to think about how to allocate the vaccines and what kind of contributions the developing countries and the high-income family countries can make. We need to discuss that before we develop the vaccines.
엄전 차장님,
And yes, also Ms. If you could also comment on this, and also just one question from my side. So instead of going through China, perhaps some other way of cooperating with North Korea, any tactic that you would like to share with us? So it was in February 2019. So after Hanoi, so now from North Korea, its stance against South Korea is very strong. But then now, more recently, now at the 70th anniversary of the Labor Party, and also when they were preparing for it, and then now they were saying that they also wanted to. So Kim Jong-un wished for South Korea to overcome the crisis and to meet once again. So I would say that the nuance has become a bit different. The tone has become different. So for us to meet with North Korea and also with China next year, then we have to start preparing now. Then perhaps Chungcheongnam, the province, can lead the way, or somebody has to take the leadership in this preparation, right? So then to make that kind of preparation itself would be very important. And also, as has been mentioned several times, vaccine or therapeutics, I don't think they are just around the corner. So what we can do online, so the online interaction. So we also need to be prepared for the online interactions as well. And also, now through the crisis this time, the fact that there is the cooperation against infectious diseases in 2008 joint declaration, yes, it is included. But then now, unless it is backed up by a military agreement, then it could be put to the back burner. So I do believe that now for the government, yes, the government also has to do its role, but then also for the private sector or for the NGOs, like for example, the Preventive Medicine Society. So perhaps maybe in South Korea, maybe this is not a hot area, but then now for North Korea, now, I mean, preventive medicine is also very important for them, especially like COVID-19. It is also something that can be prevented. So they are highly interested in this and they want to cooperate in this field. So then perhaps the Chungcheongnam-do province or the Preventive Medicine Society, they can take the leadership. So perhaps the government or the private sector or the NGOs can take the leadership and also work together as one. So I do hope that we could have some kind of organization to take the leadership for the preparation. Perhaps the Chungcheongnam-do province or the Preventive Medicine Society, where Dr. Shin belongs to. So I do hope that we could concretize the plan and organization for the preparation to meet up with North Korea as soon as next year. Now, if there are any members of the press here, I hope that you would also write about this. So let me just make this statement. But this is also a comment to Ms. Yes, preventive medicine in South Korea is also very hot. It's a hot field precisely because of COVID-19. And yes, what I wanted to say is, yes, this is a very valuable opportunity. And I did say earlier that we wanted to have a more impactful outcome. So let me go ahead with this. Yes, President Moon, so including China, Mongolia, and Japan. So he has also proposed this healthcare cooperation plan. But then the details are not being worked on. So I do believe that we need to have some movements or some actions taken in order to work on the details too. So as Ms. Has mentioned, between China and North Korea, it appears as if they have started the discussions to resume tourism. The best would be for Korea and China and Japan to get together to discuss, for example, the health check issues at the point of entry and what kind of cooperation can be made in that endeavor. And perhaps South Korea can take the leadership in that field. And now if it were to take some time, then as it appears that China and North Korea have started the discussion, then perhaps between China and South Korea, we can also have this kind of discussion. For example, maybe we could create a network to exchange healthcare personnel and materials and supplies. And then now later on, perhaps this network can be expanded to include North Korea and even Japan. So then for the next step in the process now, what I would like to request the government to do is, I'm sure that there are moves already, but then I do hope that we can have discussions about a healthcare network for tourists between Korea and China, and also for the cooperation in that endeavor.
세 가지.
So let me try and summarize what has been discussed thus far. First, preventive medicine is very popular. I am the head of a university hospital, and we have preventive medicine is very popular, and medical management is also very popular. And it's very difficult to do medical cooperation because it's also related to politics. But we do need to make preparations. And I'm sure that there are things that provincial governments can do as well. So with China, medical exchanges have been very active, also with Russia, because academic groups are conducting exchanges. But what about North Korea? That's really the big issue. So based on our experience of exchanges with China and Russia, I think we can continue to make efforts. Although it's difficult to join hands with North Korea, it is possible. In the Pan-Yellow Sea region, North Korea cannot be isolated. They must be included. And if we take a look at vaccines, I'm a doctor myself. Although I'm not a vaccine expert, currently experts say that COVID-19 will become like an influenza. So a vaccine will be developed, but it will not be a single vaccine. You may have to have 2 shots of the vaccine, or maybe on an annual basis with some preventive effect. Concerning treatment, people don't think that we could have anything like Tamiflu, given the characteristics of the virus itself. Well, it seems that next year we could probably produce 16 billion doses. But who will receive the 16 million doses? It will not go to 16 billion people. Much of it will be wasted in the process. I think in Korea, we are less worried. Well, maybe because I'm optimistic. The Korean government treats all COVID-19 patients for free. I think that has not been done anywhere else in the world. And so I think that vaccines will definitely be provided to at least the vulnerable groups in Korea. And I believe that that is necessary. So those are my comments. Would you like to continue? Well, I would like to thank the Chungcheongnam-do province. I have visited North Korea for 15 years. And related to the inter-Korean cooperation, Chungcheongnam-do province has made various plans and efforts. The Gyeonggi province is very close to North Korea, and they have the Hwanghae-nam province and Hwanghae-buk province, and so the Hwanghae-nam province is very close to Gyeonggi province of South Korea, and so they need to collaborate. And I think Chungcheongnam province should target the area right to the north of Pyongyang so that you can cooperate. For example, you can travel along the Western Sea to reach that province right on the north side of Pyongyang. So maybe you can target Pyongan-namdo and Pyongan-bukdo as your sister provinces so that you can continue to build human resources networks. Well, for North Korea, official documents are important, but human exchanges and human networks are more important. And so you need to target a specific area for continuous communication and networking. And that may actually be a more effective way to conduct these projects by Chungcheongnam province. And I thank you for all of your efforts. Thank you very much. We need to solve the issue of NLL before that. I would also like to make a comment on the same issue. Well, I don't know how politics will go, but we need to make preparations all the time. So at our organization in 2019, we participated in the pharmaceutical conference in Abu Dhabi, and we met pharmacists from North Korea at that conference. So human networking is not a part of UN sanctions, and so we need to utilize networking. It may be a burden for us to meet one-on-one with North Korea, but we are utilizing international conferences to meet at those conferences. Well, I think if North Korea is confident that they can block out COVID-19, then they will join international conferences. We won't know if that's next year or the year after that. I think if Chungcheongnam-do province is going to continue this forum, then I hope that you will be able to join other private organizations to include more parties as possible. And so I think you should continue to prepare for extended participation.
얘기했었죠.
All right, thank you. We talked about Germany just a bit earlier. So when it comes to human health, keeping people healthy would be the basics. So perhaps we could be relatively free from political interests, is your point, I believe. So for example, in international conferences, even if we are in hostile relations, but still at conferences and academic seminars, the doctors get together, pharmacists get together to worry together about people's health. So not only for the Chungnam province, but also the doctors, the medical societies. So I would say that the healthcare field, that is one area where there is some room for cooperation and also capacity for cooperation. So perhaps we can make some headway here. And one more time, we need to really work at it. We have to work hard at it. Now, let me solicit some questions or comments from the floor. I'm sure that some of you are from the provincial government, so maybe any comments or questions from the audience?
우리나라 분들은 이렇게 플로어에서 하라면 안 하죠.
Now, you know, the Korean audience tends to be a bit shy and
소속을 밝히시고.
yes, so please go ahead. Please first identify yourself, your organization and name. Hello. I am the Director General from the Yeongjon Society. I am also the Secretary General of the Yeongjon Green Volunteers, and I am also a journalist at the Green Paper. So now, first of all, thank you very much for your talk on the cooperation in public health care. Now, Incheon Airport is the way to North Korea, to the northern region, and also it would be the first step in and outside of Korea. One area that is without a general hospital. So then, amidst this COVID-19 pandemic, what do you think about building a general hospital in that region? Well, Incheon is a Incheon special zone. So I would just like to give you the facts that I know. So the plan in the past was to build an international hospital, not for the Korean nationals, but then it is for foreigners. But then because of its, let's say, some misalignment with the Korean law, it was not made possible. But anyways, I understand that some university hospitals are planning to be built there, but for whatever reason, so I believe that yes, there will be one or two in the near future. In the future, yes, there will be, because I mean, a city of that size and also of that heft, there would be some general hospitals to be built. But more recently, yes, there were talks of university hospitals being built there, but so there will be some progress to come, I believe. So that is one thing for the Incheon city. And yes, pandemic or epidemic, very important but also very complex issue. In Korea, there is only the one medical center that is specializing in contagious diseases. And let me just be a bit long-winded about this. Now, during the MERS epidemic, now there were a lot of issues and limitations that had been revealed in terms of treating and also managing the disease. But then now they were not really put into practice. So we are talking about how we need special hospitals for contagious diseases, but then they were really not done. And then now afterwards we have this COVID-19 outbreak. And now the medical center, this is the only place that could play the role of the tertiary medical center against contagious disease. But then now what if we were to have outbreaks in other regions? So then in the central region and then also in the Yeongnam region, they also selected one. Then also Honam region, I think a year and a half ago, so Chosun University Hospital has been designated as a contagious disease special hospital. So that is the situation today. But then now what I mean by contagious disease hospital is the hospital that specializes in contagious disease. So, and then also for the Incheon, now again, this is a fact, I'm just giving you the facts. Now, the next hospital specializing in contagious disease will be built in Incheon. So it has not been announced yet, but that is the plan now. So as far as I understand, that is where things stand. And also, there would be patients of epidemic in different regions, like for example, Chungcheong. Right now, how it is done is the public health system would absorb them. So, for example, the clinics, the regional clinics would absorb the patients, so especially the asymptomatic patients. But if you are symptomatic, if you require special care, then you would go to the hub hospitals or the central university hospitals in that particular region. So that is how it works now. So that is how we have been controlling contagious diseases. And so we have a very good system of handling contagious diseases as well as the patients. So we have a very effective system in treating them too. And yes, under the COVID-19 pandemic, what has been surprising is the lack of mention of the big five hospitals, but instead, the local hospitals or the municipal hospitals, now they have been playing a more important role. So the private hospitals, I mean, they need to have a circulation of the acute patients. But then for the contagious diseases, then what they need to do is they need to keep the beds open unless there are serious patients. So perhaps because of that, private hospitals are not really in the position to be profitable from epidemics. Anyway, so then what we talk about the DMZ road or the humanistic road. But anyway, so perhaps in the Kaesong Industrial Complex, we could have hospitals on contagious diseases or some research center regarding contagious diseases, or perhaps we could have them placed in Kaesong to have them as a center of cooperation between the two Koreas. And also in North Korea, Nampo also is similar to Kaesong. It's a very important region. And then also, let's say the hospitals in Incheon could also build up a network of cooperation with the hospitals in Nampo of North Korea. And also there, quarantine is very important, just as quarantine is important in Incheon. So I believe that it would be highly worthy for these two regions to cooperate. So if we are to propose the quarantine system between the two Koreas, and if we cannot have a state-to-state cooperation, perhaps at the local level, maybe we could make the gesture of trying to open up dialogue with the particular region, in this case Nampo, to have cooperation in quarantine.
I would actually like to add to this. So the hospitals specializing in infectious diseases, they are not making profits. But what about the private hospitals? Well, we actually wanted to become a hospital for infectious diseases, but we did not make it. But a private hospital was designated. And also in the Honam region, a private hospital was designated as well. So on a positive note, the private hospitals and the public hospitals, they are in one big pool. Of course, for public health, we need government investments, but we see that private hospitals are participating for the public good, even if it's not leading to profits. That is the overall situation in Korea. We are out of time. We did have some technical glitches, and so we were not able to actively discuss with our Chinese expert. So next time, I hope that we will not only have Chinese experts, but also North Korean experts and Japanese experts to join the panel together so that we can discuss our life, our health together. And as Professor Shin has mentioned, I hope that the discussions does not end here, but I hope that we can continue our dialogue and exchanges. I hope today is a start of our discussions. Thank you very much to our professor and our three panelists for your participation. This brings us to the end of the Pan Yellow Sea Forum. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We will now end Symbiosis 2. So this brings us to the end of Symbiosis 2. Thank you very much to the panel. Another big round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining us throughout the day. Due to COVID-19, the 6th Pan-Yellow Sea Forum was held both online and offline. Thank you for your participation and enabling us to host this successful forum. Please make sure that you take your belongings with you. We look forward to peace and prosperity blossoming in the Pan-Yellow Sea region. Thank you very much for your participation at the 6th Pan-Yellow Sea Forum. This brings us to the end of the event. Thank you very much.